Chapter 122. It was not a bad idea to spend time in the army. After returning from work, he could tease the bold little girl. With the change of topic, Yi Qian quickly got over the awkwardness. She calmed down for a moment before replying, "No, I took an exam. After that, I'll be going to Australia. I'll be back by August 6th or 7th, taking an exam and then possibly going to Australia? The World Mathematical Olympiad?" She did not say it out loud, but he could guess it accurately. At the same time, a smile slowly appeared in his unfathomable eyes. The World Mathematical Olympiad. Coincidentally, he had also taken part in it. Yi Qian saw that he had guessed it so quickly and looked at him with some confusion. Soldiers even care about this? Did he need to tell her that the path she was taking now was the path he had taken in the past? She was 14 years old and he was 14 years old. Such a coincidence. It really surprised him. However, why did he feel that she did not have much interest in this kind of meaningful competition? Take the exam well. It will be of great help to your knowledge. You'll meet a group of real geniuses. Their conversation style and talents are all worth learning from. The little girl had always had her own ideas. If she really did not have much interest, he was afraid that she would not put in much effort in the exam. There was a faint sound of static in the earpiece. Xia Jinyuan raised his hand to press down on the earpiece. The lazy and relaxed expression on his face disappeared in an instant. His elegant eyebrows revealed a stern expression as he said in a deep voice, "Q King received. Please reply. There is the latest news from the international side of the stone-crushing operation." The commander's voice came from the earpiece. After he said a few words, Xia Jinyuan suddenly glanced at Yi Qian. A faint smile flashed across his cold eyes. The communication was cut off. Xia Jinyuan stood up first and looked meaningfully at Yi Qian. "Let's go. I'll send you down the mountain. Dad and Uncle Chen are waiting for you downstairs." It was already midnight. Yi Qian saw that it was so late and hurriedly stood up. "Why is it so late?" Let's go. I still have to go to school tomorrow." She didn't feel that it was very late at all. Why was it already midnight? After contacting the other 5 soldiers, a group of people came down from the mountain. Xia Jinyuan sent Yi Qian to the outermost sentry post of the army. Seeing that she didn't look tired, he smiled and said, "Let me remind you again. Remember everything I said before. And me. I told you not to mention it again." Yi Qian, who didn't want to talk about it at all, glared at the man who had wiped off the paint on his face, revealing his handsome face. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, she jumped into the car and slammed the door. The motorcade sent her back to the village to meet up with Uncle Zhen and Principal Chen. Xia Jinyuan, who had a faint smile on his handsome face, watched the car leave. He stood there for a while and said softly, "What should I do? It seems that I like to see her angry face when she is annoyed by me." The regiment commander's voice came through the earpiece again. Xia Jinyuan turned around and jumped into the car with elegant steps that couldn't be ignored. He rushed to the regiment commander's office. By the time he returned to the dormitory, the sky was already bright. He took off his combat uniform and walked into the shower, revealing his muscular upper body. The cool water washed over his perfectly sculpted and extremely sexy body. When he raised his hand, his gaze fell on the bite marks on his wrist. Only then did he remember that he hadn't gone for the vaccine yet. Within 24 hours, he had to go to the infirmary at 9. When he lay on the bed, he thought of her fleeing figure again. In the brightly lit dormitory, the elegant yet dangerous man curved his lips slightly and closed his eyes to sleep. Yi Qian, who had been taught a special lesson by a pure man, spent the next few days waving her fists in the middle of the night. Even in her dreams, she was beating up Xia Jinyuan. Chapter 123. However, this education class that had left a deep impression on her had indeed taught her that when interacting with boys, be it in terms of words or actions, she had to maintain a certain distance from them. 2 weeks later, Fujian town welcomed the end of the semester exam. Yi Qian and the other 18 students who needed to go to the provincial first school to take the exam had 2 days off after the exam. They left at 7 a.m. on June 29 and took a total of 18 hours to arrive at the provincial capital. This time, including the students from Fujian Town Middle School, there were more than 200 students participating in the provincial selection. Out of these 200 students, only 12 would be able to enter the national selection exam in the capital. After the national selection exam, only 12 people could represent the country in the World Olympic Games. These were the true elites of the elites. The provincial first school was the largest, best, and strictest school in the province. It was divided into junior high school and senior high school. Yi Qian, who had rested well last night, walked into the school that she had no chance to go to in her previous life. The hot sun did not affect her mood. Headmaster Chen, who had accompanied Headmaster Chow, stood on the 5th floor of the male dormitory. When he saw Yi Jian strolling in the garden, he smiled and said to Headmaster Chow, "This girl's mental fortitude is stronger than the average student. Others are still studying on this day, but she's walking around. The exam is also a psychological battle. It's good that she's like this." Principal Chow smiled. His expression and words showed that he had high hopes for Yi Qian. Only 12 students will be selected. The capital has always taken up more than half of the students. Even if only one representative from the province goes abroad, it will be an affirmation of the province's education. Therefore, once Yi Qian was selected, she would represent the country and the province. Principal Chen understood the hidden meaning in Principal Chow's words. However, he did not care about fame and fortune. He said calmly, "We just hope that it won't affect her life. She doesn't need interviews or news. This is what I hope for." This is also the request she made when she agreed to participate. "Old Chow, please bear with it. She doesn't need fame and fortune. Sigh, she's indeed a student taught by you." Principal Chow patted his colleague's shoulder and said with admiration, "Let's see if she can make it and become one of the 12 students." In this regard, Principal Chen had full confidence in Yi Qian, but, after a slight pause, he sighed and said, "Yi Qian really doesn't have much interest in this kind of competition. As for how to convince her to take the exam seriously and strive to become one of the top 12 students in the country, I'm afraid we'll have to do some brainstorming." After Principal Chow heard this, he laughed heartily. "I think there's someone who can convince Yi Qian. In fact, she will definitely do her best. Come, I'll take you to a place. You know this person." When Headmaster Chen saw who it was, his eyes turned serious. He looked at the young major and said after Headmaster Chow left, "I have a bad feeling about this." On such a hot day, Principal Chen suddenly felt a chill. However, Yi Qian leisurely walked out of the library and read the original English classic that she had borrowed. She took a slow stroll from 9 in the morning until 11 in the afternoon. She was still strolling by Swan Lake in the province's No. 1 middle school. Swan Lake was an old scene that had been preserved from the flames of war. The surface of the lake was clear and sparkling. Fish could be seen swimming in the clear water. The willow trees on the bank swayed gently in the wind. Chapter 124. Birds flew across the surface of the lake from one side, and landed lightly on the other side of the lake in the ripples. Yi Qian sat on a stone bench and looked at the picturesque scenery. He raised his head and covered his face with a book to block the sunlight that shone through the willow branches. Feeling the cool breeze by Swan Lake, he felt peaceful and had no other thoughts. "Yi Qian?" The peace was broken. Yi Qian didn't respond. He closed his eyes and refused to be disturbed. Provincial First High School used to be Gao Yang's school. He came back just to accompany Yang. The two of them whispered as they walked along the embankment. They saw someone sitting comfortably under the green willows. The slender figure was like a scene in a painting. Ying secretly bit her lip and didn't say anything. She just waited to see how Gao Yang would respond. "We're going to the cafeteria now. Let's go together." Perhaps he was used to Yi Qian's indifference. Gao Yang's eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness. He said lightly, "The cafeteria is a bit far. Let's go together." It would be rude if she didn't answer. Although, she didn't mind being rude in front of him. She took away the heavy English original book that blocked the sunlight and opened her eyes. There was a faint alienation in her dark eyes. "Oh, I know how to get there." She patted the hardcover book. "You guys go first. I still have to read for a while." "Read for a while?" Yi Ying's gaze fell on the thick English classic. She seemed to have heard a joke. She laughed and said, "I really want to know. Can you understand it?" Gao Yang glanced at it. A Ferry to Arms was translated into Chinese as A Farewell to Arms. It was the early masterpiece of the famous American writer Ernest Hemingway. It was regarded as a classic in modern literature. This book was based on Hemingway's own experiences in the war. It was a sad and moving elegy with war and love as the main theme. Provincial First High School's library has a lot of high-quality books. Your A Ferry to Arms is the original. Reading more can improve your English. Gao Yang, who was fluent in American English, did not doubt that Yi Qian could understand it. He had seen it in the previous English exam. Yi Ying had originally intended to embarrass Yi Qian, but in the end, she received his pertinent advice. Feeling uncomfortable, she smiled and said, "That's good. If there's anything you don't understand, can't you ask Gao Yang?" "Yi Qian, we're from the same school. Let's go to the cafeteria for a meal and talk about tomorrow's exams." "Is it that difficult?" "It's not difficult. I just don't want to be with you guys." Their relationship was already like this. Did he expect her to have anything good to say? Yi Qian smiled as he looked at Yi Ying, whose words were full of sarcasm. He said slowly, "Moreover, we both know that we have nothing to talk about. Why do we have to put on an act? Sorry, I'm a more honest person. If there's something I don't like or hate, I'll say it directly. I'm not like Yi Ying, who likes to destroy peace." The only thing missing was the word hypocrite pasted on Yi Ying's forehead. Moreover, the two people she hated were together, and they were even going to the cafeteria to eat together. Sigh, she would vomit while eating. Yi Qian. Hearing that she was mocking her hypocrisy, Yi Ying was embarrassed and angry. She looked at the boy beside her in panic. When she saw that Gao Yang's expression was just as ugly, she suppressed her panic and smiled. "Then we can't be friends anymore. Yi Qian, remember, you're the one who rejected our friendship. Next time, you'd better explain clearly to others." Whenever she thought about what Principal Chen said last time, she felt suffocated. Chapter 125. I'm not rejecting you, but... Yi Qian paused intentionally and saw Yi Ying's expression suddenly become unnatural. She looked at him cautiously, afraid that he would say something unfavorable to her. Gao Yang, who had been rebuffed, pulled Yi Ying's wrist, glanced at Yi Qian, and said coldly, "Let's go." Since she didn't want to see him, then let's just leave. After what happened at noon, Yi Qian's ears were much quieter when he met the two of them again in the afternoon. The other students were immersed in their revision in the provincial first high school, but Yi Qian, who had already relaxed during the day, didn't enter the classroom. At 5:30 p.m., the sunset covered the horizon like a piece of brocade. Walking in the golden sunset, they walked out of the school gate with light steps. Tonight, they were going to the shooting range to practice moving targets. It was the training range of the provincial first high school, which was only an hour's drive away. An inconspicuous black car with a red flag was parked at the gate. The car was inconspicuous, but the license plate was conspicuous. It was the license plate of the Southern Province Military District. Inside the car, Xia Jinyuan saw Yi Qian looking left and right through the rearview mirror. His handsome face smiled, opened the door, and elegantly got out of the car. "Student Yi, look over here." Seeing Xia Jinyuan in casual clothes, which lacked the coldness of a soldier, but was more languid and casual, Yi Qian's instinctive reaction was, "Let's go. Girl, get in." Then, Principal Chen leaned out of the car, smiled, and waved for her to come over. Yi Qian, who wanted to leave and had already retreated to the school gate, naturally took a step back and calmly walked over. Xia Jinyuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was troublesome. This girl was avoiding him like he was a snake. The air conditioning in the car was very strong, but after listening to Xia Jinyuan's words, Yi Qian didn't feel cold at all. Her bright eyes stared at Xia Jinyuan without blinking. Although she couldn't calm down, she still said calmly, "How can I help you?" During the whole process, I need to do something. Did you see that? This was the little girl who dared to face the criminal alone, dared to fight side by side with him in the night rain, and was not afraid at all. Yi Qian, once you agree, do you know that you will be in danger at any time? He looked at her deeply, but there was a faint smile on his thin lips. Moreover, if there is any danger, we may not be able to support you immediately. When it came to serious matters, she was no longer trying to hide it from him. Sigh. He had to admit that this bold girl had a spirit of adventure, but she was not impulsive. It was indeed reassuring. Yi Qian didn't answer immediately, but looked at him with a half-smile. When she saw that Xia Jinyuan's gaze was slightly restrained and his expression was a little unnatural, she slowly said, "Captain Xia, the reason you came to me, other than believing in me, is that you think I'm the best choice, right?" Principal Chen was already laughing out loud. "Captain Xia, oh Captain Xia, Yi Qian was groomed by me and a first-rank sergeant. You're asking her if she's afraid or not, and if she's in danger. You're asking the wrong question." Then, he said to Yi Qian, "Girl, everything is fraught with danger, but the most important thing is how you're going to resolve it. Working with the military and having contact with the international police, I don't want you to miss out on such a good opportunity to practice. Although, I'm also very worried. But, girl, worry and fear are like stones on the ground. You have to step on them and you'll be able to step over them steadily. As a soldier, even if there is a mountain of knives and a sea of fire in front of you, you have to move forward." Chapter 126. For this exam, Yi Qian had to give it his all. He had to pass and become one of the 12 students representing the country. Xia Jinyuan had participated in the World Mathematical Olympiad held in England. Even though it had been 6 years, he could still impart some of his experience to Yi Qian. During the 1-hour walk from school to the shooting range, Yi Qian communicated with him seriously. Occasionally, their eyes would meet, making it so that Principal Chen couldn't interrupt. The next day, more than 200 students entered the exam hall after going through a stricter inspection than the college entrance exam. This time, the exams for the 3rd and 2nd years were separated. Yi Qian walked slowly to the exam hall and saw Gao Yiyang and Ying standing at the door. The boy had his head down, the girl had her head up. They were talking about something. "Please make way." Yi Qian walked over and stood at the door blocked by the two of them. He said calmly, "Or, you can talk outside." "Thank you." Ying glanced at her with a hint of contempt in her eyes. She didn't walk away and said to Gao Yiyang, "Hurry up and go to the exam hall." "I'm fine here. Thank you for tutoring me every night. No matter what, I'll do my best." Unlike some people who think they're so great that they don't even study in the classroom every night. "Okay. After the exam, wait for me in front of the flower bed downstairs." Gao Yang moved sideways to let Yi Qian pass between the two of them. His gaze slowly and consciously fell over, and he saw an almost perfect side profile pass by his eyes. Yi Qian's gaze was cold and straight. He didn't look around or look at anyone else as he walked into the classroom. Indifference, disregard. She could really do it. Gao Yang's gaze brushed past Yi Qian's face. He lowered his eyes and pursed his lips. He turned around and left the exam hall. "Just you wait, Yi Qian. I'll embarrass you so much that you won't be able to show your face in school." After he left, Yi Ying quickly caught up with Yi Jian. She kept the smile on her face as she brushed past Yi Jian. She said softly with a gloomy expression, "I will make you regret it completely." Yi Qian smiled and glanced at her casually. He didn't even bother to reply and sat down on the seat with his name on it. Looking at Yi Ying's gloomy face, he knew that ignoring someone was always more infuriating than acknowledging them. When the mathematics test papers were handed out, the students could already hear the sound of gasping. Difficult, these were extremely difficult questions. Yi Qian glanced at the teacher who came in with the chalk box and laser pointer. His dark eyes narrowed slightly. This exam didn't seem to be that simple. It wouldn't continue like an ordinary exam. Her intuition had always been good. About 10 minutes later, Yi Qian, who had just finished writing side A, suddenly heard the invigilator say, "Please listen carefully." The invigilator didn't give the examinees any time to react. The invigilator read out a set of questions. Before any of the students could pull their minds away from the test papers, Yi Qian put down her pen and stood up to answer the questions accurately. Correct, Yi Qian sat down under the teacher's approving gaze and continued to answer the questions on both sides of the CD. After she answered and sat down, the other students finally understood what was going on. This was indeed a very special exam. Not only did it require a written exam, but they also had to be wary of the teacher's occasional oral questions. Maintaining the frequency of one oral answer every 2 minutes had already caused many students to be completely distracted. They were so nervous that they couldn't even hold their pens properly, let alone answer the questions. Yi Qian didn't give Ying a chance to stand up. Or rather, she didn't give the other students a chance at all. When she answered the teacher's questions, the pen in her hand didn't stop moving. Yi Qian's existence imperceptibly brought a lot of pressure to all the students. Chapter 127. By the time the math exam was over, a few girls had already walked out of the classroom in tears. Yi Qian looked at them and sighed softly in his heart. There were only 12 students in the entire country, so she had to pass. After the 2 exams in the morning, the top 10 students' names and scores were announced on the radio. It could be said that the top 10 students all got full marks. But according to the time taken to answer the questions, Yi Qian was far ahead. Crack. Yi Ying broke a ballpoint pen in half. Her face was gloomy as she pressed her lips together. Her originally beautiful eyes were filled with malice. I heard that Yi Qian is a student from a town's middle school. Oh my God, even the students from the province's first high school can't compare to him. He handed in his paper too quickly. I was sitting on his left, but he had already handed in his paper before I could even finish my paper. A few students walked past Yi Ying with rueful expressions on their faces, and the words that drifted over tormented Yi Ying even more. Jealousy, resentment, caused her delicate and pretty facial features to twist like an evil witch's, emitting a dense chill. What are you thinking about? Gao Yang walked over with a bottle of mineral water in his hand. He saw Yi Ying standing motionless under the scorching sun from afar. She seemed to be thinking about something, but she was completely unaware that she was being baked in the sun. Yi Ying's shoulders moved slightly. She turned around, her pretty face showing only faint disappointment. Yi Qian won. I lost. What should I do, Gao Yang? I've disappointed you. Her previous confidence was gone. The sadness she revealed made Gao Yang feel that the girl in front of him was so real, and not fake. There's no such thing as Yi Ying. If the world is a pyramid, then there will always be some people standing at the top and some at the bottom. Gao Yang pointed out realistically. His intention was to let Yi Ying see through it and not to worry too much. Who knew that after Yi Ying heard this, she almost lost her composure. Did he mean that Yi Qian was at the top of the pyramid, and she was at the bottom? Again, you didn't lose, and you didn't disappoint me. Do your best, Yi Ying. Gao Yang did not lower his head to look at the girl's expression. His heart was no calmer than Yi Qian's. Or rather, no student could remain calm after hearing Yi Qian's score and exam time. Unfortunately, Yi Ying didn't listen to him at all. She said goodbye to Gao Yang with a gloomy heart and threw the broken ballpoint pen into the trash can. She didn't go back to the dormitory immediately. Instead, she walked toward the school's canteen with a gloomy face. Just wait and see. She would definitely not allow this wretched girl to continue like this. The students were shocked, and the teachers from the various cities were no exception. Yi Qian seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Not only did he crush the students, he also crushed the teachers ruthlessly. Xia Jinyuan, who had been paying attention to the results, heard about Yi Qian's results on the radio for 2 consecutive days. Looking at the calm and confident girl in front of him, his thin lips curved into a smile. Even his unfathomable eyes were filled with amusement. No wonder Principal Chen said that you don't have to attend classes at night for the next 15 days. Yi Qian didn't know about this yet. When he heard this, his dark eyes lit up slightly. He looked at the dangerous man who had appeared in front of him for 2 consecutive days and asked cautiously, "How did you find out about it before me?" The things she cared about were always so interesting. Also, her little face was full of vigilance. He couldn't help but want to tease her. Chapter 128. Do you want to know why? The corners of his lips were slightly raised. His noble and elegant aura was not suppressed by his military uniform. Even a slight smile was enough to make one feel that he was extraordinarily noble. The contours of his side profile were very perfect. When he smiled, the corners of his eyes were raised, revealing a trace of faintly discernible wickedness. It was the kind of man's charm that would make a woman's heart beat faster and make her gaze involuntarily follow him. Perhaps Xia Jinyuan himself was aware of this, so at most, his smile was just slightly raised, and his deep eyes were still calm. But when facing Yi Qian, there were always many indulgences and exceptions. As long as he was not on a mission, he would not restrain his charm at all. Instead, he would naturally face her and use his true self to communicate with her. Yi Qian frowned slightly, then smiled and said, "I don't want to know. In any case, I already know the result I want." Her reply caused the smile on his thin lips to deepen. A dark light flashed through his slightly raised black eyes, but it only lasted for a few breaths before he calmed down. Even though he liked to tease her and see the lively expression on her face, he also knew that he had to stop before he went too far. Principal Chen said that although he hopes that you can participate in more actual combat, he is still worried. Faced with a girl who would wrap herself in layers of hard shells whenever she felt that something was wrong, he could only be more patient. "I will wait for you at the school gate at 6 o'clock. For the next week, I will be here to train with you." Hearing this, Yi Qian secretly took a deep breath before saying, "I hope I didn't cause you any trouble." In other words, for the next 7 nights, he would be teaching her. "It's not troublesome. In fact, I am very interested," Xia Jinyuan said with interest. As he leisurely admired the subtle changes in her expression, his deep, dark eyes did not conceal his interest in teaching her at all. However, Yi Qian had a headache when he spoke in such a sarcastic tone. It was as if he was trying to express something, but in fact, he was just overthinking it. Seeing her frown, Xia Jinyuan restrained his expression and revealed a coldness that could not be ignored. "You can go to the cafeteria to eat first. If you don't appear at the school gate at 6 o'clock sharp, you can take the car to the shooting range." Just as Yi Qian was about to speak, she suddenly felt a dark gaze fall on her. As she nodded in response, she turned her body slightly and caught the gaze from the corner of her eye. "There is someone behind the tree to your right. She is a student from town middle school. She is a girl with shoulder-length hair." Xia Jinyuan raised his hand and placed it on Yi Jian's shoulder, creating a false impression that he was pushing Yi Jian away so that she would turn around and go back to school. With his action, Yi Zichen was directly facing the wudong tree in the right direction. With just one look, Yi Qian knew who the girl hiding behind the tree was. Other than Yi Ying, who else could it be? Yi Ying hid behind the tree and stared unblinkingly at the man in front of her who was acting intimately with Yi Qian. The corners of her mouth curved into a sinister and cold smile. Unfortunately, she did not have a camera. Otherwise, she could take a picture and post it on the school's blackboard. Even if Principal Chen came forward, he would not be able to explain why Yi Qian was acting so intimately with a man. Chapter 129. At 6 o'clock, the last rays of the setting sun disappeared, leaving only the fiery red clouds behind. Since it was summer vacation, Yizhong High School was particularly quiet in the sunset. Even the 2 pairs of mandarin ducks reared in Swan Lake were resting on the water plants on the shore, rubbing their necks and enjoying the peaceful time. Yi Qian walked out of the school, opened the car door, and got into the car. It was exactly 6 o'clock, not a minute or a second later. She was so punctual that Xia Jinyuan, who was in the car, felt a little helpless. This girl was way too punctual. She got into the car on time, not a minute or a second later. Just how much did she not want to spend another minute with him? You're so punctual. Aren't you afraid of being delayed midway? After starting the car, Xia Jinyuan smiled and asked Yi Qian, who was still in her school uniform, "You've been so punctual for 3 consecutive days. Yi Qian, just how much do you not want to spend another minute with me?" It was the same when she came back. She would get out of the car and say, "Thank you for your hard work. Goodbye." She would leave him with her back facing him without looking back. On the first day, he hoped that she would turn around and wave at him after entering the school gate. On the second day, he hoped that she would show up 10 minutes early. On the third day, he didn't expect her to do so. When this girl was heartless, he would be so angry that his liver would hurt whenever he tried to be calculative. Sometimes, Xia Jinyuan's smile was faintly discernible. It was like a ripple, but also like a deep ancient well. There was always an unfathomable mystery to it. He was originally an extremely noble and elegant man. When he smiled at her from time to time, Yi Jian only felt that, every time she was with him, the air around her would become so thin that when she took a breath, it would be filled with the faint mint smell that belonged to him. She had always been able to deal with other people calmly, but in front of Xia Jinyuan, she only felt uneasy. When he heard this, he smiled and maintained his usual calmness. He said calmly, "I'm very punctual. Captain Xia can also be punctual at 6:00 every day. You don't have to wait too long. If there's any delay midway, I won't let myself miss the appointment. But I wanted to come earlier to wait for you. What should I do?" When the traffic lights changed, Xia Jinyuan, who had stopped steadily at the zebra crossing, turned his head sideways and saw Yi Qian's indifferent expression. He raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "Do you want me to turn up the air conditioner? You seem to be very hot." Of course it was hot. She had run all the way here at the right time. Even though the sun had set, it was still warm on such a hot day. What's more, the man sitting next to her always liked to say things that could cause misunderstandings. As an adult woman, wasn't it normal for her to be nervous? After repeating the words, 20 years old, several times in his heart, Yi Qian finally got rid of the initial awkwardness he felt every time they met. When the green light turned green, Yi Jian turned back and smiled at Xia Jinyuan, who was still releasing his masculine charm. "Of course it's hot after running all the way here. What should I do? In order not to let Captain Xia leave me behind, I have to work harder." Xia Jinyuan smiled at her. That smile was like a blooming flower, enchanting yet pure. Her dark eyes were so beautiful that even the sunset couldn't compare to her beauty. Just like that, when he was caught off guard, her smile and her question of, "What should I do?" hit him hard in the eyes. It was as if it had left a mark in his heart. "Captain Xia, if you don't start the car soon, the traffic police uncle will be here." His absent-mindedness made the corners of Yi Jian's lips curl up slightly. Even her dark eyes rippled with a faint smile. Humph. She knew how to use his moves too. Chapter 130. From her slightly proud smile, he could tell that she had also made a move against him. TSK, TSK, TSK. As expected of a little fox. She knew how to counterattack so quickly. "This is getting interesting, Yi Qian." Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows and replied with a faint smile. Then, he started the car under the urging of the people behind him. The little girl was smart, but she didn't know that men were born hunters. And he, Xia Jinyuan, was one of the best hunters. The more cunning she was, the more he was interested in her. Yi Qian didn't understand, so naturally, he didn't know what men meant by hunting like. However, he subconsciously felt that the interesting, in his words, was already beyond the scope of normal communication. To her, the back and forth between an elegant and dangerous man was indeed interesting. Dimo raised her eyebrows slightly. She tilted her head and rested her elbows on the car window. She supported her chin with her hand and smiled as she looked at the man who had an elegant and arrogant expression. She said slowly, "What should I do?" "I also found it interesting." "Captain Xia, who do you think is more interested in who?" "Who is more interested in who?" "It's hard to say, at least for now." Xia Jinyuan raised the corners of his mouth and smiled lazily. "Yi Qian, who do you think is more interested in who, a 14-year-old you and a 20-year-old adult man? Who is more interested in who?" The Chinese language was so broad and profound. A sentence would have different meanings when spoken by different people. Yi Qian narrowed his eyes slightly. She wasn't only 14. Earlier, when he said, "interesting," there were some things that she didn't catch. But at this moment, when she saw the look in his eyes, which were as vast as the starry sky, she understood where this elegant man's interest in her came from. But if this was a hunt, she didn't mind giving it a try. She wanted to see who would become the prey. She straightened her body and leaned directly to the side of the man who was driving. Her eyes, which seemed to be rippling like water, were suffused with bits of starlight. She looked at him with a smile and stared at him without blinking. "Captain Xia, I'm not like you. I'm only 14 and I don't know anything. You say who is interested in whom? What does this interest mean? Can you explain it clearly?" She was so close to him, so close that her orchid-like breath swayed at the tip of his nose. Her beautiful black and white eyes were as pure as the stars, but also had the allure of a woman. It was this unique beauty that made him unconsciously think of her as a 14-year-old underage girl. "Are you tempted?" No, he was very clear that what he meant by, "a little interesting," had nothing to do with his heart being moved. It was interest. It was standing in the position of a man and becoming interested in a woman. At the same time, he was also very clear that the woman he was interested in was only 14 years old. Therefore, his interest in her was pure and had nothing to do with lust. He just wanted to protect her as she grew up and waited for her to blossom. "Silly girl, don't think too much." Xia Jinyuan raised his hand and gently pinched the tip of her beautiful nose. His clear voice was 3 parts serious and 7 parts joking as he said, "I am interested in you, but it's not the kind of interest you think it is. Little girl, don't think too much." Chapter 131. No one seemed to be able to guess what kind of person Xia Jinyuan was. He was so mysterious that it made people afraid, but at the same time, he was so real. He always had a way to make people obey him. While others were happy to be close to him, he would pull them apart again in an instant. Facing a man who could control all his emotions so easily, Yi Qian thought to herself, how hurtful. The tip of Yi Qian's nose was still warm from his fingertips. Her expression didn't change as she smiled and said, "I'm sorry, I didn't think too much. First of all, I don't have time. Second of all, I'm young and don't understand. Third of all, I remember what Captain Xia said before. I need to keep a distance from men. Captain Xia is also a man, and a man who is even more outstanding than a little boy. Therefore, I need to keep a distance from Captain Xia." The little girl was so eloquent. Her trap was no worse than an adult's. She even knew how to shut him up. However, when the car screeched to a stop and the handbrake was pulled, Xia Jinyuan was already so close that she could see how thick his long eyelashes were. His deep and dark gaze fell straight on her hibiscus face that was smiling yet not smiling, and he laughed softly. "No, you can keep a distance from all the men in the world, but you can't keep a distance from me." His voice was cold and clear, and when he suddenly spoke, it sounded like the soft notes of a guqin. That kind of low voice was so unique that every sentence and every word was branded with the elegant charm of a man named Xia Jinyuan. Alcohol could make people drunk, and he could do the same. Yi Qian didn't panic because of his sudden approach. On the contrary, the more it was like this, the more vigilant she was, and the calmer her eyes became. "Of course I can't keep a distance from you, Captain Xia, because..." Since he was so close to her, she didn't mind getting closer to him. Yi Jian, who was speaking with a faint smile, leaned forward a little more. Not only did it allow the two to breathe together, even the tip of their noses could touch each other's. Because I understand what Captain Xia means. He had to admit that the little girl was really cunning. Her actions made it impossible for him to take another step forward. This secret contest. What should he do? It seemed like he had lost. Looking at her dark eyes that were as pure as the night and focused on him as if he was the only one who existed, Xia Jinyuan's thin lips curled into a meaningful smile. He deliberately slowed down the speed of his speech and chuckled softly like a lover. That's what I mean now, but I don't know if it will be the same in the future. He had always been uninterested in women and things. Now that he met a young girl, he couldn't bear to see her being taken away by others. It really gave him a headache. It's unknown whether we'll meet again in the future. Yi Jian thought to herself, but she kept a smile on her face and said, who knows what will happen in the future. The most important thing now is to ask Captain Xia to guide me well. If they invited him to guide them, would they still be able to keep their distance? Obviously, it was impossible. What he said was exactly the same as what she said. The conversation was full of ambiguity, but it finally ended with the two of them keeping their minds on high alert. When the car drove into the provincial garrison, Yi Qian heard powerful shouts coming from the training ground. Chapter 132. The soldiers were sweating on the training field, using their youth to build steel walls and iron arms, waiting for the country to use them. As long as Yi Jian set foot on this land that was filled with dignity and passion at the same time, she would become extraordinarily different. Her eyes were filled with the coldness of a soldier. She liked it here. She liked the feeling of victory when she put on her training uniform and climbed over obstacles with the soldiers, passing through layers of barbed wire. She liked to sweat on the training field, laugh with the soldiers, bleed with them, and cry with them. Soldiers were trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. If you didn't get close to the world of the soldiers, you would never know how the young soldiers were trained and how they raced against time. The soldiers in their training uniforms were sitting in a neat circle on the training field. Xia Jinyuan was also one of the spectators. He quietly watched the girl who dared to wrestle with a soldier from Inner Mongolia on the training field. There was a faint smile in his deep black eyes as he focused all of his attention on her. He had already seen Yi Qian's training content. It was divided into 5 major trainings. The first one was weapons training. The second one was engineering training. The third one was communications training. The fourth one was commander's training. The fifth one was medical training. The fifth one was placed last because Uncle Jen and Principal Chen weren't good at it. At the same time, they wouldn't be able to understand it immediately. The first major weapons training was Yi Qian's current focus. It was to learn the performance of light weapons from the country and other countries. This included pistols, semi-automatic rifles, machine guns, mortars, anti-tank weapons, and anti-aircraft weapons. They would also undergo training in tactics, indirect firepower attacks, the use of portable anti-aircraft weapons, weapon disassembly, bomb disassembly, and other dangerous A-level training. Sniper training was attached to the first major training. So far, Yi Qian had learned the best from the first major training. After a week of training, Xia Jinyuan had a good understanding of Yi Qian's skills. Just as Principal Chen said, other than her lack of strength, she had reached a good standard in all other aspects. He avoided the first major training and tried his best to improve Yi Qian's combat skills. At the same time, he also had to teach her how to scout, defend, and non-traditional combat, assassination-type combat. It was already late at night, and the deafening shouts on the training ground had come to an end. After warming up, Yi Qian entered the training under Xia Jinyuan's guidance. It was already 10:00 at night when Yi Qian walked out of the provincial garrison's training ground. It had been like this for 7 consecutive nights. When Yi Qian returned to the provincial No. 1 middle school, it was exactly 11:00 at night when he returned to the dormitory through the back door. Survival, escape, resistance, and evasion are not only used in battle tactics, but they can also be used in combat. Xia Jinyuan, who had changed into a combat uniform, exuded an aura as cold as a sword. Even his dark eyes were filled with the glint of a sword. As he drove, his voice was solemn and cold as he steadily made a big turn. Digest what I've taught you in the past 7 days. I'll check on you when you come to Beijing. Yi Qian nodded gently and said seriously, I will. When are you leaving tomorrow? He had taught her diligently for 7 nights. He was leaving the next day, so it was only polite for him to ask. Why? Are you going to send me off? Xia Jinyuan smiled and glanced at her. He was not used to this little girl being polite. If you want to send me off, I'm afraid you won't be able to go back to school tonight. Chapter 133. There was no way the car could drive directly to the back gate of the school, so it could only stop at a residential building. Inside the sealed car after the engine was turned off, their breathing could be heard clearly. Yi Qian unlocked the car, opened the door, and jumped out. He chuckled at Xia Jinyuan, who was still sitting in the car. Don't be too optimistic, Captain Xia. Goodbye, I won't be seeing you off. Similar to all the key schools in the province, there were residential buildings near number 1 middle school. The back gate of the school was built in the 1980s and was only 7 stories tall. There were rows of buildings, and the distance between each building was only a meter wide. Every night, Xia Jinyuan would park the car and personally send Yi Qian to school. Tonight was no exception. As she chuckled, he elegantly got out of the car. After closing the car door, he looked across the car at the girl who was standing under the streetlight. His thin lips curved into a sexy smile. Not even a hug before we part? We hugged enough on the training field. Why, Captain Xia still can't forget about it. Who didn't know how to tease people? After following him for a few days, no matter how stupid she was, she would have learned it. Yi Jian's eyes curved into crescents and there was a sly look in her eyes. When we get to the capital, we will have plenty of opportunities to hug each other. The girl's little mouth was getting more and more powerful. It seemed like he had to restrain himself. Otherwise, if he led her astray and made her tease other boys, he would definitely be angry. After the summer break, this old-fashioned residential building, which was built in the 1980s and only had 7 floors, was dark except for a few scattered lights. The two of them walked past a few residential buildings. Almost at the same time, their gazes fell on the same direction. With a cold look in his eyes, Yi Qian said to him, It's not far. I can go by myself. It didn't feel good to be watched for several nights in a row. You want to go up and take a look alone? Xia Jinyuan didn't stop, nor did he agree. He only sent her there. If you want to go up, I can accompany you. I want to go and take a look. I've been keeping watch for a few nights. I want to ask the higher-ups if they're tired. Yi Qian chuckled. Suddenly, his eyes turned cold. His gaze was sharp as he looked at the window where only a single lamp was lit. Behind the window, someone was so scared that his hands trembled. He reflexively put down the curtains, grabbed the cup on the desk, and gulped down the water. It was too frightening. Yi Qian's gaze was murderous. It was so cold that her heart almost jumped out of her chest. About 3 minutes later, the frightened man gently patted his chest to calm himself down. Then, he gently lifted the curtain. He was about to raise the camera in his hand and record the scene of a man and a woman coming back from a walk in the middle of the night. Just as she opened the curtain slightly, under the illumination of the table lamp, she saw a face suddenly approaching from outside the window. Ah! Liao Jian, who was holding the camera, screamed in horror as if he had seen a ghost. In the end, he couldn't hold on to the camera in his hand. With a bang, it fell heavily to the ground. He didn't know if it was broken. The window was completely open. Yi Qian pushed off the windowsill and stood on the windowsill. He then pulled the curtains open and saw Liao Jian, who was standing against the wall in shock. He was staring outside in horror. At his feet was an imported camera. Chapter 134. Yi Qian bent over and crawled through the unsecured window. He calmly jumped into the room and bent over to pick up the camera under Liao Jian's shocked gaze. Yi Qian didn't communicate with him at all. He picked up the camera, stepped on the desk, bent over, and jumped down lightly. He disappeared from the room. Liao Jian stood there motionless, his eyes fixed on the camera. When he saw Yi Qian jump down from the window, he shivered and ran to the desk as if his soul had returned to him. He propped himself up with both hands and looked down. He saw Yi Qian waving at him under the streetlight. Liao Jian's face turned even paler. He didn't dare to look any further. He reached out with trembling hands and slammed the window shut. He collapsed onto the floor. How did Yi Qian jump down from the 7th floor? How did he climb from the 1st floor to the 7th floor in the blink of an eye? An unprecedented fear filled Liao Jian's heart. He regretted agreeing to Yi Ying's request to come all the way to First High School to spy on someone he couldn't even handle. No, he had to go back to town tomorrow. He couldn't let Yi Qian keep an eye on him. Downstairs, Yi Qian said something. Xia Jinyuan raised his eyes and looked at the dark window. He pursed his thin lips and said in a deep voice, "I'm afraid that your sister is hiding something. Since you suspect that she's trying to stop you from qualifying, Yi Qian, you have to be careful in school." He had seen fights between girls before. They happened in the dark and were impossible to guard against. The next day, Yi Ying sat in the classroom and stared at the camera on the desk. Even though her palm-sized face pretended to be calm, her trembling eyelashes betrayed her feelings. "I'm sorry, it's broken. Please explain it to Liao Jian when you see him." Yi Qian's clear eyes stared at Yi Ying, who had lowered her head in guilt. He said coldly, "Please return this broken toy to Liao Jian. He probably won't ask me to pay for it." Yi Ying gently closed her eyes. When she raised her eyes, there was a haze in her eyes. "Return it to whoever you took it from." "What do you mean by giving it to me?" "Please move aside, I still need to study. I also want to hand it over to classmate Liao personally, but thinking about how I scared him last night, I reckon he won't dare to see me now. But he will definitely come." Yi Qian's finger tapped lightly on the desk. His calm tone faintly revealed a coldness that made Yi Ying panic. "If you don't want any accidents to happen before the exam, Yi Ying, you'd better behave yourself." Yi Ying's heart trembled slightly as she bit her lower lip and didn't say anything else. Her words were full of threats and were as cold as icicles. At the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they both had to face an exam. Otherwise, with the wretched girl's current temper, she probably wouldn't let him have a good time. After realizing that she had found an unreliable person to help her, Yi Ying vented all her anger on Liao Jian. She scolded him so much that she even broke a camera that cost a few thousand yuan. Liao Jian originally wanted to remind her to be careful of Yi Qian, but after scolding her, Liao Jian, whose eyes were about to spit fire, left just as he was about to slap her. "Remind my ass. If you have the ability, go deal with it yourself." After this incident, Yi Ying really did behave and didn't dare to do anything else. Chapter 135. The 15 days of intensive training ended on July 17th. That night, the 12 students left for the capital under the lead of the teachers. All the students had not yet recovered from the excitement of coming to the heart of the motherland, the capital. From July 19th to July 23rd, the 5-day test was held directly. When they arrived in the capital, they found out that the provinces sent out students from the 2nd and 3rd grades. However, the famous schools in the capital not only had high school, but also middle school. On the first day, 4 out of the 12 students were eliminated. On the second day, 3 more were eliminated. On the third day, 2 more were eliminated. Out of the 12 students, only Yi Qian, Yi Ying, and Gao Yang were left. The atmosphere in the examination hall was quite tense. For days of difficult written tests, oral tests, question snatching, and so on. Even the usually calm Yi Qian's palms were sweating. However, whenever it was her turn to fight, she would straighten her back and calmly look at her opponent with her dark eyes. She would calmly and quickly answer the teacher's questions. There were a total of 14 teachers who had been awarded the title of National Outstanding Teacher. The physics, chemistry, and mathematics teachers took turns to throw out questions, bombarding each class with questions. It was not a one-to-one test at all. It was a cross-examination where questions from each class appeared at any time. Correct answer. Correct answer. Correct answer. Every time Yi Qian answered consecutively, the invigilator's voice would be particularly loud. After 16 tests, this beautiful girl with bright eyes was firmly in first place with a 100% correct rate. Even the 2 high school students who had participated in the mathematical Olympiad 3 years ago were suppressed by her. Gao Yang was also very outstanding. His correct rate had always been in the top 3 in the junior high school. On the other hand, Yi Ying repeatedly made mistakes after entering the cross-examination. Wrong answer, 3 wrong questions in a row. Student Yi Ying from Fujian town in the southern province, eliminated. After 30 minutes of suppressive questions, Yi Ying sat in the examination hall with a pale face. However, her eyes were fixed on Yi Qian, who was still fighting with 7 students from the 3 famous schools in the capital. Watching her eliminate a student effortlessly and hearing her face the English teacher's questions in English, her fluent English was as natural as her mother tongue. There was no pause at all. She really knew how to speak English. Damn it. Why didn't he know about it? She saw the smiles of approval on the faces of all the teachers present. Those smiles were for Yi Qian. She was smiling at the wretched girl whom she had always looked down upon and despised. Yi Ying's sharp nails dug deep into her palms, but she did not feel any pain. She only felt that Yi Qian standing on the exam platform was such an eyesore that she wished she could get rid of him as soon as possible. What right did an orphan girl have to stand here and receive the attention of all the teachers? What right did he have to stand here and receive everyone's admiration? If it wasn't for her, she would definitely be able to qualify. It was that damned Yi Qian who had given her so much pressure, causing her to lose time and again. On the exam platform, Yi Qian answered the English teacher's question with a slight smile. That smile naturally revealed his tenacity and confidence, which instantly attracted everyone's attention. Her memory is far better than all the students here. We have no reason to stop an outstanding student from leaving the country. Yi Qian from Fujian Town High School in the southern province has qualified. After a short discussion among several senior teachers, the first to qualify was not a student from the capital, but a student from the depths of the mountains. Chapter 136. The applause came from the competitors, the teachers, and the candidates who had already been eliminated. Yi Qian, who was the first to advance, stood on the exam platform with a decent smile on his face. In the face of the thunderous applause, he calmly bowed and said, "Thank you." His calm demeanor was even more in line with the teachers' hearts. When Principal Chow, who had been accompanying him all this time, heard Yi Qian's name, he unscrewed the bottle cap with trembling hands and took 3 pills in a row. In the capital, in the most heavily guarded military compound, Xia Jinyuan was wearing a short-sleeved uniform and a bow tie as he walked down the stairs. He was wearing a military summer uniform, which was tucked into his perfectly ironed dark green military trousers and tied with a brown leather belt, which perfectly accentuated his sexy and muscular waist. His broad shoulders, slender legs, and every step he took was noble and elegant. Everything about him was like a gentleman's elegance. Someone once commented that Xia Jinyuan, who was wearing a military summer uniform, had a kind of uniform temptation that made people want to turn into a hooligan and pounce on him to take off his clothes. Other than this uniform temptation, there was no one else. "Dad, I'm going out for a while." When he went downstairs, he saw Commander-in-Chief Xia sitting on the sofa drinking tea and reading the newspaper leisurely. "You should rest early. I might be back later." Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't expect his son to be at home. When he heard the voice behind him, he turned around in surprise and said, "Where did you come from? Why didn't you make a sound?" He also saw that he was wearing a summer uniform. It was obvious that he had specially cleaned up. Commander-in-Chief Xia put down the newspaper and stood up to look at his handsome son with interest. "Oh, the sun rose from the west. You know how to clean up? Going on a date? Which family's girl is she from? If you succeed, bring her home for me to see." Other people's sons could change girlfriends 4 or 5 times a year. Why was it that his son had never brought home a single woman in a year? If it weren't for the fact that he had found some children's dishes in his study room, he would have suspected that his son had spent so much time in the army that he only liked military uniforms and no longer liked women's makeup. Xia Jinyuan lowered his head and looked at his outfit. There was nothing special about it, so he raised his eyebrows and said, "When did I ever dress up? It doesn't count as a date, but it is indeed a meeting with a little girl. Also, don't overthink it. She's a 14-year-old girl, a middle school student." Then he was really overthinking it. Commander-in-Chief Xia immediately lost interest and waved his hand to chase him away. Go, go, go. Go and have fun. Don't come back for dinner tonight. I'll go to your Uncle Han's house for dinner. Xia Jinyuan had already walked out of the compound. He drove his own car and rushed to his destination. Yi Qian walked out of the exam hall hurriedly towards the school gate. He only had 4 minutes to meet with Xia Jinyuan. If he couldn't leave, he had to run. Yi Qian. Someone chased after him. He took big steps as if he was afraid that she would leave. Where are you going now? Later, Yi Ying and the others will go back. We plan to have dinner outside and send them to the train. Students who failed to make the cut were not allowed to stay in the capital. They were led back to the southern province by the teachers of the provincial No. 1 middle school. Gao Yang was familiar with the capital. After asking the teacher in charge, they agreed to go to Wangfujing to eat the specialties of the capital. The rest of the students agreed readily. Except for Yi Qian. He had only said a few words to Yi Ying and she had already disappeared from the scene. Chapter 137. Yi Qian felt helpless when he heard Gao Yang's voice coming from behind him. He was just short of pasting the word "reject" on his forehead. Why did he still take the initiative to come over and greet him? He thought he had made himself clear the last time, but it was still the same. He turned around and rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. He looked at the handsome young man in front of him and sighed. Classmate Gao, it seems I have to repeat myself. I really don't like, why don't you like me? Just because I'm pursuing Yi Ying? Gao Yang didn't want to hear such words again. Moreover, he didn't understand why she hated him so much. Thinking back, he really couldn't recall doing anything that made her hate him. He didn't want her to treat him like a spring breeze, but he still wanted to be like an ordinary schoolmate and be able to communicate peacefully. He didn't want to be at daggers drawn as soon as he spoke. Yi Qian, who had been interrupted by him, smiled knowingly and praised him. Not bad. At least you know your place. Yi Ying, who couldn't help but walk out after hearing this, acted as if she had discovered a new continent. She seemed to have understood something and walked over with a sneer. Classmate Gao has always had a good reputation in school, but you, Yi Qian, are always against him. I didn't understand before, but now that you've said it, I understand. He's pursuing me, so you hate him? Can I say that your hatred is born out of love? It sounded quite reasonable. Gao Yang's cold, handsome face looked a little awkward because of her words. He turned to look at Yi Ying and scolded her in a low voice. What nonsense are you saying? Like him? He wasn't stupid enough to not know the difference between love and hate. Yi Qian clearly hated him. It had nothing to do with love. I didn't say anything. Didn't she admit it herself? Yi Ying glanced at him with a smile and chuckled. Gao Yang, what should we do? Why don't you stop pursuing me and just pursue our famous classmate, Yi Qian? I don't want to waste the last bit of our sisterhood because of a boy. Acting had always been Yi Ying's specialty. Just like now, her eyes were cold, but she could still pretend to be smiling. Yi Qian sneered and said calmly, don't. Yi Ying's standards have always been very high. It's not easy for you to find a boy who can catch your eye. Please don't give him to me, I'm afraid. After he finished speaking, he deliberately paused for a moment. He then saw Yi Ying's expression change abruptly. Even her gaze became exceptionally sharp. TSK, TSK, TSK. If you're not that generous, then don't pretend to be. Look at your little face. Look at how scared you are. Yi Qian was teasing Yi Ying as if he was teasing a puppy. With just a few words, he was able to make Yi Ying's emotions fluctuate. He lifted his chin slightly and said to Gao Yang, "Have a good talk with your girlfriend. Don't talk about giving in so easily. If you really give it to me, what if I'm bored and take it again? I'm afraid she'll cry herself to death in the toilet. Also, don't talk to me about sisterhood. It sounds fake." Every word he said didn't leave any face. Every word he said made Yi Ying feel as if she had lost all her face. Yi Ying, who was already so angry that her lungs were about to explode, was wary of Gao Yang's presence. She wanted to maintain her ladylike demeanor, but she didn't want to swallow her anger. She rebuked, "Yi Qian, you're really something. Gao Yang isn't an object. You want to snatch him away? That depends on whether he agrees or not. Save some face for yourself. Don't let others look down on you." Chapter 138. Beside them, Gao Yang's expression turned ugly. "Yi Ying," she didn't say anything about snatching. "You don't have to overthink it. Girls always like to overthink things." He could clearly hear Yi Qian's mockery, but Yi Ying thought that Yi Qian was provoking her. What did he mean by she didn't have to overthink it? Hearing this, Yi Ying laughed coldly. "I'm not overthinking it. I've never seen her hate you before. Now that you're walking a little closer to me, she looks disgusted. Isn't this hatred born from love? Hatred born from love?" A clear voice with a hint of laughter came slowly. Then, a slender figure strolled in the sunset, gracefully walking over like a god. "Hey, little girl, when did you ever hate me?" After waiting for 5 minutes, she still hadn't come over. It turned out that she was blocked by someone. When Yi Qian heard that voice and what he said, he felt his head hurt even more. Why did he enter the school? "If you still don't come, I'm afraid that you'll be bullied until you cry." Xia Jinyuan's handsome face held a faint smile as he walked over and stood beside Yi Qian. He didn't look at the other two. Instead, he smiled and looked at Yi Qian, who was late for the first time. He raised his hand and intimately flicked his finger on Yi Qian's forehead. "You're late today and left me waiting outside for so long. Tell me, how are you going to make it up to me?" He couldn't stand it anymore. How could a little girl be so scheming? Every word she said was an attempt to trample on Yi Qian's image. He really couldn't understand what girls were thinking these days. Belittling their classmates like this, could it show that they were virtuous? Yi Qian was already used to Xia Jinyuan flicking his finger on his forehead. He only frowned and rubbed his forehead. "Sorry for the delay. It's fine now. Let's go." After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the school gate. Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but laugh. It was only then that he raised his eyes slightly. His cold and sharp gaze swept across the boy who had already pursed his lips tightly, then gently landed on the girl who had subconsciously tightened her grip on the boy's shirt ever since he appeared. He curled his lips mockingly. Even though he didn't say a word, it was enough to make the two of them tense up. His cold gaze, his cold smile, this arrogant man was clearly telling Yi Qian and Gao Yang that he couldn't be bothered to speak to them, to the point where even a glance was beneath him. Xia Jinyuan felt that it was beneath his dignity to argue with children. However, Yi Qian, that narrow-minded girl, would probably be more than happy to settle the score with them. In order to make the little lass feel better, he didn't mind occasionally doing 1 or 2 things that were beneath his dignity. You're really something. You even managed to seduce a soldier." Yi Ying waited until the two of them were out of sight before she spoke through gritted teeth. She was still afraid. When the soldier in the military uniform swept his cold gaze over her, all the hairs on her body stood on end. She was so afraid that she didn't dare to raise her head. As a result, she couldn't even see what the soldier looked like. After a while, Gao Yang finally looked away. After hearing what she said, he frowned and said in a low voice, "He's not an ordinary soldier. He's a very young major." "A major?" Yi Ying furrowed her pretty brows. "What's a major? You seem to be like me." She was quite afraid and didn't finish her sentence. She felt a little embarrassed to say it out loud. Chapter 139. For Yi Ying, who had never been in contact with military ranks, she naturally didn't know, but Gao Yang knew. Looking at Yi Ying's fearful expression, Gao Yang sighed softly, "I'm as scared as you." "Forget it, it doesn't matter if she doesn't know. If she doesn't want to go, we'll go ourselves." He paused, frowned slightly, and said in a deep voice, "You didn't have to pick on Yi Qian just now. I'm not so stupid that I can't tell the difference between love and hate." At this moment, Yi Ying's beautiful eyes were completely gloomy. After staring for a while, her beautiful eyes were faintly moist, and she revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. "Is that so? Then I'll just treat it as a misunderstanding. I'm sorry, I don't want to go tonight either. Goodbye." She didn't insist on her views in front of him, but instead took all the blame. Coupled with the faint tears in her eyes, it was enough to make a 15-year-old boy like Gao Yang surrender and admit his mistake. Seeing him apologize to her, Yi Ying faintly smiled. She had always known how to use her advantages, and she was also good at manipulating people. Teacher Zhu and the Capital Experimental Middle School's Director Li walked out as they spoke. "Then, I'll have to trouble you about the tickets." Director Li, seeing Gao Yang in front, he said a few words to Director Li and then walked over with a smile. When Gao Yang and Yi Ying heard that the Capital Experimental Middle School had already arranged for cars to go to the orchard farm on the outskirts of the capital after the preliminaries for the students to relax, they were stunned. "What, you don't believe me? Ha ha ha, I didn't lie to you. Quickly go and inform the other 3 students. Yi Qian doesn't need to go, I'll talk to her." Teacher Zhu patted Gao Yang's shoulder, and the smile on his face deepened. "There are only a few days left until the competition. This is specially arranged for the 12 of you to relax. We, are basking in your glory." Teacher Zhu's gaze lightly glanced at Yi Ying. The two of them seemed to be walking very close. Why did it seem like they were in a relationship? "You mean that we'll all stay at the farm tonight and we'll only be back at noon tomorrow?" A trace of darkness flashed across Yi Ying's beautiful eyes, and she asked uncertainly, "What time will we leave the capital tomorrow? Can you catch the train if you don't come back for one night?" Teacher Zhu smiled and said, "Don't worry, we'll definitely be able to go home tomorrow. Quick, we agreed to meet in 20 minutes. Let's meet 10 minutes earlier." When Yi Ying saw this, her eyes flickered slightly. She said to Gao Yang impatiently, "Then I'll inform the girls. You go inform the boys." After that, he said goodbye to Teacher Zhu and left in a hurry. Not only was her eyes gloomy, but they were also filled with a frightening malice. Yi Qian, who had already walked out of the school, did not immediately get into the car. He looked at the man, who was as straight as a spear, and a trace of amazement flashed in his eyes. In his military uniform, Xia Jinyuan not only raised his temperament to the peak, but he also looked as elegant as jade. He felt that a gentleman should be like this, and his every move was noble and extraordinary. "I'm sorry, I can't go out tonight. Just now, Teacher Zhu from the provincial first high school said that the school arranged for the 12 of us to stay at an orchard farm. I didn't refuse." Yi Qian raised his eyes slightly, and quietly concealed his amazement. "I can only miss tonight. I'm very sorry." Chapter 140. Her apology only made Xia Jinyuan raise his eyebrows slightly. He smiled and said, "If that's the case, we can only do it next time. I originally wanted to take you to see it." Because it was something that couldn't be said to outsiders, he bent down slightly. His tall and slender body completely covered Yi Qian's slender figure, like a pine tree sheltering the sun, protecting the still-growing sapling. "To see the latest model of our country's artillery shells that are ready to be used in the army." He was so close to her that he could smell the faint fragrance on her body. It wasn't the smell of artificial perfume, but the faint and elegant fragrance of a young girl's body. The little girl's skin was very white, like white jade with a translucent luster. Oh, she had grown a little taller since the first time he saw her, and her body had become slimmer. She already had the graceful bearing of a young girl. Xia Jinyuan's dark eyes darkened slightly, but he didn't bat an eyelid. His gaze lingered on Yi Qian's slender, swan-like neck. It wasn't abrupt, but purely out of appreciation for beauty. In an instant, Yi Qian, who was enveloped by his minty scent, retreated slightly. While she was momentarily moved, she looked up. The moment their eyes met, Yi Qian saw the confident smile on his sexy thin lips, as if she would definitely agree and reject the school's arrangement. Yi Qian, who was also rebellious, saw this and didn't pull away. Instead, she glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. Her clear black and white eyes looked at him with a half-smile. She shook her head and said, "Thank you for the trouble, Captain Xia. I really want to go, but unfortunately, I still can't." He clearly saw that she was moved, but why didn't she agree? He was afraid that she had plans for the day. He had several plans in his mind, and he was so thoughtful. She had to accept his kindness. At home, he had arranged to take Yi Qian to a private restaurant in Beihai Park to eat authentic Imperial City cuisine. Then, he would take her to the courtyard's training field to see if she had improved in the few days that he had been away. This arrangement didn't seem to be enough to keep the little girl by his side. Therefore, he changed his strategy at the last minute and brought out the artillery shells and the military factory. The tactics were good, but the people they encountered were not ordinary. Xia Jinyuan was about to succeed, but in the end, he was told that he still couldn't go. Driving away, he experienced the feeling of sadness for the first time. The little lass was not only smart, but also very determined. She was really not easy to coax. Yi Qian waited until his car was out of sight before returning to school. It was not even 6 o'clock yet, so he decided to go back to the dormitory and wash his face first. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't nervous when he was on the stage. This was his first time experiencing it, and a layer of sweat had formed on his back. His brain had been working at high speed for a few days, and it was indeed a little tiring. Being together with such a dangerous man. While her whole body was tense, she had to constantly pay attention to his faintly discernible flirting which could cause misunderstandings. Just like just now, he could have stayed away from her to talk, but he insisted on staying so close to her. He even bent down to let her be surrounded by his masculine scent. This made her even more reluctant to go. By the time Yi Qian got out of the car, there were already many students chatting. They were all contestants from various schools, and there weren't many of them, only 42 people. 6 of the 12 students from Fujian town had already returned. The remaining 6 students were led by the students and teachers of Capital Experimental High School to a bus and headed to the orchard farm. Chapter 141. It was already lively in the car. Yi Qian, Gao Yang, and Wang Mo, a contestant from number 1 middle school, were already chatting happily with the other 9 contestants. This time, Yi Ying, who was not with Gao Yang, heard the low laughter coming from the back of the car. She, who was also chatting with a student, secretly pinched the leather seat with her sharp nails, a cold light flashing in her eyes from time to time. Occasionally, when she was chatting with students from other schools across the road, her gaze would intentionally or unintentionally fall on Yi Qian, filled with jealousy and malice. "Yi Qian, I'll let you be happy for now. You want to participate in the World Mathematical Olympiad? Ha! Are you worthy?" Yi Ying, who was gloomy all the way, suppressed the faint excitement in her heart and chatted happily with the students around her. Yi Qian, who was chatting with the contestants from number 1 middle school, had a faint smile on his face the whole time, as if he did not notice the gaze coming from somewhere. Occasionally, a cold light flashed in her deep eyes, and only then did he know that she had already noticed it. The gaze of hatred was so strong that it was hard for her to ignore it. When they arrived at the suburbs of Beijing, the sky was not completely dark. The students with cameras in their hands could not wait to take photos with Yi Qian and the other 12 contestants who had been selected. Yi Ying glanced at them, revealing a hint of ruthlessness, and turned to leave alone. "Take a photo for me, take a photo for me." When they were outside, the distance between the boys and girls had increased imperceptibly. The boys from each school fought to be the first to take photos with Yi Qian, and some even left their addresses, hoping that they could often write to each other in the future. Of course, they were learning how to write to each other. After Yi Qian changed the trajectory of her life in this life, Xiuyan's demure brows had unknowingly become more cheerful. Regardless of whether it was a boy or a girl, she could communicate with all aspects, leaving a good impression in the hearts of her classmates as educated and well-mannered. Someone was sitting in a wicker chair on the leisure balcony on the second floor of the farm, watching the figures of the students playing in the forest. His gaze was not just focused on one spot, but also seemed to be searching for something. "Young Master Xia, you're really interested. Is the fun place in a farm with no women, no wine, and no food?" A slender man with a dozen cans of beer in his hand walked over. "I only took a vacation this year, and I can't believe I accompanied you to this extent." The man placed the beer on the table and pointed at the orchard with his slender hand. "I must have been out of my mind to agree to come to this kind of place where children come to play. I won't force you to stay. You can leave any time." Xia Jinyuan picked up a can of beer, opened it, and took a sip elegantly. He glanced at his childhood friend who looked like a ruffian in his military uniform and said, "You're welcome. I won't see you out." After he finished speaking, his gaze was fixed on a slender figure. His gaze no longer searched, but stopped with interest. The little girl was indeed very popular among the male students. Every male student was fighting to be the first to take a picture with her. Ha! That guy who even took out a pen and paper must have come prepared. Xia Jinyuan, who was still sipping his beer, stood up and leaned against the railing of the balcony. His piercing cold gaze fell on a boy who dared to raise his hand and put it on Yi Qian's shoulder. "You little brat, men and women shouldn't touch each other." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Yi Qian say something, and the boy also smiled. The two of them took a picture shoulder to shoulder, a finger away from each other. Chapter 142. Xia Jinyuan nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, he noticed that Yi Qian seemed to be looking in his direction. He quickly stepped back, intending to sit down on the rattan chair again. After taking 2 steps back, Xia Jinyuan turned around and stared at the man who was moving the rattan chair to the side, intending to make himself fall and embarrass himself. He raised his eyebrows and sneered, "Han Zhang, you're still playing this kind of game at your age. Don't you find it childish?" Han Zhang, 20 years old, held the military rank of captain. Like Xia Jinyuan, he was a proper third-generation member of the Red Army. They grew up together in the same courtyard, so they were familiar with each other to the point that they were young and had seminal emission. When he heard this, he raised his eyebrows as well, but with a wanton charm. "Ha, compared to your behavior just now, mine is not childish at all." He held an unopened can of beer in his hand as he casually stood there. Every part of him exuded a lazy and wanton air. "However, I'm really interested in this group of students." "Which one of them are you interested in?" He didn't say boys or girls, but only students, intentionally or unintentionally. He was making things difficult for his childhood friend. He even said that it was improper to touch. Since when did young Master Xia care about these things? How interesting. Xia Jinyuan glanced at his childhood friend who was like a walking pheromone. He curled his lips and didn't answer his question. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, "Do you know why I only brought you here? Do you still need to say it? Compared to the rest of them, I, Han Zhang, am handsome and elegant. Bringing me out is very impressive." "Yes, it is indeed very impressive." Xia Jinyuan looked at his childhood friend meaningfully, his deep eyes containing a dark smile. "However, it's not you who is impressive, it's me who is." Han Zhang elegantly adjusted his military collar and laughed even more happily after hearing this. "Of course, who am I, Han Zhang, and who can become my friend is impressive. Of course, being friends with young Master Xia is also very impressive." This was definitely the truth. Among all the influential families in the capital, who could compare to family Xia? Old Master Xia was one of the founding generals of the country. He didn't catch the hidden meaning behind Xia Jinyuan's words. His handsome face was still full of smugness as he continued happily, "Let's go, I'll give you more face. By the way, I'll introduce you to the little beauty who made you drive your car all the way to the suburbs of Beijing. You're jealous of a few young boys. There's no hurry. I'll take you there later. Xia Jinyuan calmly glanced at his childhood friend with a smile on his face. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed to be a meaningful smile. In the orchard, Yi Qian felt that his face was a little stiff from smiling. After taking a picture with the teachers from each school, Yi Qian decided to go for a walk by himself. Just now, he didn't know if it was his imagination, but why did it feel like someone was looking at him from the small building at the side of the orchard? After taking a few steps, he saw two boys pushing Gao Yang out from behind a fruit tree. When they saw him, they laughed loudly and said, "Yi Qian, come, let's take a picture together." Another student said, "Gao Yang, where did you hide just now? You didn't take a picture with our great beauty Yi Qian. Come, stand, I'll take a picture of the two of you first." Hearing the laughter, the teachers joked, "The two of you must take a picture together. You're from the same school, and you're senior and junior. Come, that boy over there, give me your camera. I'll take a picture of them personally." Chapter 143. Since even the teacher had said so, the students became even more excited. They did not notice that Yi Ying, who was holding 2 bottles of mineral water, was standing not far away and looking at them with a sinister expression. Soon, she composed herself and walked over with a faint smile. "Did you guys forget about me?" She handed the water to Gao Yang. "Drink some water. I heard your voice was a little hoarse just now." Oh. The students who had let go of the water seemed to understand something. They let out a long, oh. Not bad. They even looked at Gao Yang ambiguously and blinked. When the teachers saw this, they shook their heads helplessly and changed the topic to the students' puppy love. At this moment, Yi Qian was really thankful that she had appeared in time. Amidst the laughter of the students, Yi Qian and the other 2 girls left, talking and laughing. After taking 2 steps, she turned back to look in the direction of the house. Her eyes moved slightly, and under the urging of the other girls, she turned and walked towards the stream. The little girl's eyes are so sharp. I was so scared that my heart skipped half a beat. Han Zheng, who was holding a pair of binoculars, patted his chest. He crouched down under the railing with a look of surprise on his face. "She doesn't look like a girl in her teens. Where did you find this child bride?" The great young master Xia, who had countless young ladies from prestigious families in the capital, had actually taken a fancy to a little girl. This news was really fucking explosive. Xia Jinyuan looked at his childhood friend, who had been swept away by the little girl's gaze, and joked, "Your reaction is not bad. I don't usually see you being so attentive in school. It seems that the military is better. Your skills are getting better and better." Han Zheng had not graduated from military school and had been frequently sent to the grassroots of the military since this year. "Isn't it because I'm afraid of being discovered? In front of you, it doesn't matter whether I have an image or not. I just need to maintain my image in front of the other students." Han Zheng stood up nimbly and placed the binoculars on the table. When he sat down, his expression became more serious. "You really plan to join that team?" Commander-in-Chief Xia agreed. Whether it was his expression or his posture, they all revealed the sharpness of a soldier. "When I came back the day before yesterday, I just mentioned it to my dad, and he almost whipped me. It seems that if I want to go in, my dad will be a problem. Where there's a will, there's a way. But it's normal that Uncle Han doesn't want you to go with me." Xia Jinyuan had a faint smile on his thin lips as he slowly sipped his beer. His unhurried and low voice was suddenly laced with sternness. "How dare a student go to a KTV so brazenly? Han Zheng, who gave you the guts to do that?" His voice wasn't loud, but it was like a clap of thunder. Han Zheng's scalp instantly tensed up as he explained, "It's true that we're going to the KTV, but we're not going there to drink or have fun. Fuck, it was Wu Yunjia who caused trouble for me. I wasn't careful and fell into a trap. Forget it, let's not talk about this today. I'm going to the military academy because I want to join the brigade. My dad has to agree even if he doesn't want to." After saying a few words, Han Zheng seemed to realize something. His flirtatious peach blossom eyes instantly burst forth with a wolf-like ferocity. Commander-in-Chief Xia agreed to let you go? Why did he agree so readily? The brigade was on the brink of life and death, and he actually agreed. The sky was already dark, and the laughter of the students could no longer be heard in the orchard. Xia Jinyuan stood up lazily and looked down at his surprised childhood friend. Your goal for entering the military academy is to enter the brigade. Unfortunately, so am I, Xia Jinyuan said to Xia Jinyuan. Chapter 144. The difference is that I've already discussed it with Commander Xia before the exam. I'll report on time after a year of training in the army. Young Master Han, you're still too inexperienced. After saying that, she turned around and walked into the room, leaving behind a stunned first young Master Han. He didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Brother Xia, young Master Xia, my young master, give me some advice. You have to give me some advice. A gust of wind blew past and Han Zheng, who was instantly sober, chased after him. Give me some advice first, then go see your child bride, okay? Xia Jinyuan's indifferent voice came from outside the room. Child bride? I don't have the guts to do that. I'm just protecting the little girl. Let's go, young Master Han. If you want me to do something, you have to perform well. Treat the little fox as a child bride? He really didn't have the guts. The little girl was his informant among the students. Not only did he apply for international police protection, but he also applied for personal protection. Now, whether it was in the country or abroad, protecting her was his current mission. When it was time for dinner, the restaurant of the farm was already filled with the aroma of the food. The local students from Beijing played the role of host and introduced each dish that was served. Xia Jinyuan, who was sitting in the private room, looked through the bamboo curtain at Yi Qian, who was clinking glasses with his classmates. He didn't touch much of the food that was served. You're protecting her personally, right? Why do you look like you don't want her to know? Han Zheng didn't touch the food on the table either. Following his friend, his gaze landed on the girl who scared him with just one look. Through the bamboo curtain, he could see more clearly at a closer distance. He smacked his lips and said, "She's really pretty." Look, before he could finish his sentence, Han Zheng saw a long-haired girl sitting behind the girl smiling as the waiter served the hot soup. She stood up. She didn't know what happened, but as soon as she took a step forward, she suddenly fell towards the waiter who was holding the hot soup. Realizing that something was wrong, Han Zheng's expression changed drastically. He shouted, "Be careful." With this loud shout, the waiter, who was completely unprepared, bumped into the bowl of hot soup that spilled out of the bowl and scalded his hand. At the same time, the bowl in his hand flew directly towards the back of the girl sitting at the other table. Yi Qian, who had his back to the waiter, seemed to be prepared. Accompanied by a loud shout from behind the bamboo curtain, Yi Qian stood up in a flash. At the same time, his slender hand grabbed the back of the chair. Under Yi Ying's gloating gaze, he gently lifted the chair to block the waiter. The disaster that would have befallen Yi Qian was instantly stopped by this chair. The entire process happened in the blink of an eye. The chair collided with the large bowl. Accompanied by the waiter's frightened cry, after the bang, there was the sound of porcelain shattering all over the floor. This scene happened so quickly that Yi Ying, who still had a sinister sneer in her eyes, was completely caught off guard. A bowl of hot soup was directly poured onto her legs. Ah! She screamed at the same time. In her contracted pupils, she saw Yi Qian mocking her. It was as if he was saying that she already knew what she was doing. The soup didn't completely pour onto her legs. Because of Yi Qian's sneer, Yi Ying simply bent over and squatted on the ground, crying out in pain. From the cause of disaster to the victim, the huge change in status made Yi Ying, who was squatting down, grit her teeth until her facial features were hideous. Even like this, she actually managed to dodge it. Chapter 145. From the perpetrator of the disaster to the victim, the sudden change in status caused Yi Ying, who was squatting down, to grit her teeth. Her facial features were contorted in anger. She actually managed to avoid it. The students in the cafeteria all stood up. Not only did the students react to the sudden turn of events, but the teachers as well. The two people who rushed out from behind the bamboo curtain quietly retreated. Han Zheng, who was sitting back in his chair, said in surprise, "You reacted so quickly. Have you practiced before?" "Yes, I'm pretty good at fighting." Xia Jinyuan, whose eyes were dark, poured himself a cup of tea. As he sipped the tea, he hid the cold glint in his eyes. If Yi Qian hadn't been on guard, that bowl of hot soup would have spilled all over her. Yi Ying was really vicious. Han Zheng squinted his long, flirtatious eyes. After a while, he nodded and said, "Not bad indeed. Are you okay? Are you okay?" The girl sitting next to Yi Qian was so scared that her face turned pale. Her lips trembled as she asked Yi Qian, "Are you scalded? Let me take a look." She was so scared that she was about to cry. The other girl had a bad temper. She had already stood up and shouted angrily at Yi Ying, who was still squatting on the floor, "Are you kidding me? The waiter even reminded us that hot soup is here. Do you have a brain? Do you know that this bowl of soup almost spilled all over Yi Qian?" The girl was from Beijing and spoke bluntly. Her tone was just a little harsh, but it was enough to make Yi Ying, who had scalded herself, cry. Gao Yang walked over from another table. He pursed his lips and looked at the angry girl from Beijing. He squatted down and said to Yi Ying, who had just screamed, "Are you scalded? Where?" He was the only one who was concerned about Yi Ying, who was squatting on the floor. The rest of the students frowned and looked at the two of them. "It's fine if you scalded yourself, but don't implicate others." Seeing this, the girl from Beijing didn't say anything else. She turned and asked Yi Qian, "Why don't we go back to our rooms to rest first and wake up early tomorrow morning to play?" Yi Qian smiled at the girl and bent down to pick up the overturned chair. He walked step by step to Yi Ying, who was still squatting on the floor and pretending to be the victim. He slowly bent down. "Yi Ying, one who is unjust is doomed to destruction. You should really be glad that you spilled a bowl of hot soup. If..." In Gao Yang's tense gaze, Yi Jian had already gently moved to her ear. Her breath was cold, but her words were like needles. "If it was a knife or something like that, I'm afraid that one of your legs would be crippled." "Pfft, Yi Ying, oh Yi Ying, what's a bowl of hot soup? I'll wait for you to use your ultimate move." Her voice was so low that only the two of them could hear it. Yi Ying was frightened by the sharp voice. She suddenly panicked. She buried her head tightly and her nails pierced her arm. She endured it and didn't look up. She only cried out in pain. Seeing this, Gao Yang didn't blame Yi Qian. Instead, he said in a low voice, "Go back to your room and soak yourself in water. Otherwise you'll get blisters." After that, he carried Yi Ying horizontally and walked towards the dormitory. "Waiter, go get some burn ointment." Teacher Zhu walked over from the teacher's table. He didn't immediately chase after them. Instead, he walked to Yi Qian's side and patted her shoulder. "Go back to your room and rest. I'll take care of this." They were having a nice meal, but this had to happen. Let's see how Yi Ying's burns are first. Chapter 146. "Okay, I'll come over if there's anything." Yi Qian bowed slightly. There was no panic or shock on his face. "I'm sorry to have made you worry." Teacher Zhu wasn't the only one to say this. The other teachers also comforted Yi Qian before going to visit Yi Ying in her room. Yi Qian thanked them one by one and looked in the direction of the moving bamboo curtain. If she wasn't mistaken, she recognized one of the two military green figures that rushed out of the bamboo curtain. Xia Jinyuan. I bet she found out about us. Behind the bamboo curtain, Han Zheng covered his face with his hands. She's already looked in our direction a few times. Young Master Xia, your secret protection plan has failed. Xia Jinyuan began to eat slowly. When he heard this, he smiled faintly. His handsome features were like blooming flowers, elegant and gorgeous. But she won't take the initiative to look for me, so it doesn't matter if she finds out. After hearing this, Han Zhang pondered. Why did it feel like something wasn't right? He didn't know if he was thinking about something wrong. Did it mean that the little girl didn't want to see the great young Master Xia? So, young Master Xia was secretly protecting her? Calm down. Is there a need to be so surprised? Xia Jinyuan tapped his slender fingers on the table twice. He calmly let his childhood friend know that Yi Qian didn't like him. That's why I said this little girl is interesting. Up until now, no one had ever disliked him. No one had ever piqued his interest like this little girl did. He wanted to see how far she could go. He also wanted to reach out and give her a hand when she needed help. Han Zhang closed his gaping mouth and stuffed a piece of vegetable into his mouth. Brother, don't blame me for saying this, but if you go on like this, don't go crazy. The little girl doesn't know anything now. Don't do anything bad. Oh my God, he was really worried. If he was interested in a little girl, no one would have to worry about him going crazy. How could a playboy like him linger over a flower? But young Master Xia was different. Everyone in the family was infatuated. From Master Xia to Commander-in-Chief Xia. In his mother's words, Family Xia was the best man in the world. Whoever married into a family Xia was destined to enjoy life. If the little girl didn't appreciate it and young Master Xia forced himself on her. Just thinking about it made him worried. Xia Jinyuan was already too lazy to pay attention to his childhood friend who was immersed in his own imagination. With the little girl's skills, if he really wanted to do something bad, the silver wire wrapped around his neck. Moreover, she was only 14, and he didn't have a strange fetish like pedophilia. When Xia Jinyuan and another man, who walked with a flirtatious charm, appeared at the ground floor of the farmhouse, Yi Jian, who was also sitting on the balcony, did not sleep. She curled her lips slightly. Walking along the cobblestone path from the orchard, Xia Jinyuan stopped in his tracks and looked up at the balcony. Under the yellow light, his elegant and handsome face suddenly gave Yi Qian the illusion that he had traveled back in time. Bathed in the light, the man had handsome eyebrows and slender eyes. His eyes were as deep and vast as the blue dome of heaven. His thin lips curved into a faint smile. He was as elegant as an orchid and had a natural elegance. He was like the noblest person in the ancient imperial city, dressed in luxurious clothing. Chapter 147. Their eyes met. Xia Jinyuan placed his right hand on his forehead and waved it away gracefully. He smiled and said, "Good night, little fox." "Good night." Yi Qian lowered his gaze and looked at Xia Jinyuan's handsome face. His faint smile was as free as the wind. She waited until Xia Jinyuan entered the building before she sat back down on the rattan chair to admire the starry night sky. Her state of mind was tranquil, but Yi Ying's state of mind was like a hurricane passing through. She stared at Gao Yang with tears in her eyes. Suppressing the hatred in her heart, she asked in a hoarse voice, "So, you think I did it on purpose?" "Whether you did it on purpose or not, Yi Ying, it doesn't mean what other people think." Gao Yang took the ointment from the waiter and applied it on her reddened calves and insteps. "Ask yourself if you did it on purpose or not." Yi Ying was so angry that she laughed. "Why should I ask myself? I'm the one who's hurt, not Yi Qian." "Gao Yang, look carefully. I'm the one who's hurt. If I did it on purpose, why would I hurt myself? Damn it. Why is everyone suspecting me?" Even the boys who liked her remained silent in the face of the teacher's intentional or unintentional questioning. They didn't stand up to speak up for her. "I know. You think I'm just trying to win your trust, right?" "Ha ha ha, Gao Yang, I originally thought that you understood me, but now it seems that I was thinking too much." Yi Ying laughed self-deprecatingly. Her beautiful face was filled with desolation. Change, everything has changed. You've all changed. In the past, they only trusted her. But now, they only trusted Yi Qian. Even if they were the ones who got hurt, they would rather believe that Yi Qian was innocent and that she had ulterior motives. They've changed. They've all changed. Why did she still lose to Yi Qian even though she tried so hard? Why was it so unfair? Gao Yang pursed his lips and looked at the stubborn Yi Ying. He gently put down her legs and sighed after a long time. It's not that we've changed, Yi Ying. It's just that you haven't recognized the truth. The old Yi Qian is no longer around. She no longer listens to you, and you're starting to worry. Gao Yang sat down in the chair and looked calmly at the girl who had tears in her eyes. You're afraid that Yi Qian's light will overshadow yours. You began to worry that one day, everyone would think that Yi Qian was more capable than you, that he was more successful than you. That's why you started to panic. You started to go around trying to prove that you're better than Yi Qian. After all, he knew Yi Ying well. Every word he said hit the nail on the head, directly exposing the darkness in the depths of Yi Ying's heart. This caused her to panic instantly. Faced with the bloody truth, Yi Ying was so angry that her whole body trembled. Nonsense. Nonsense. Why should I be worried? I've always been more outstanding than her. Shut up, stop talking. Don't say another word. If he didn't let her see the truth earlier, it would only have a deeper impact on her future. Gao Yang looked at her deeply, got up, and closed the half-closed door. Outside the door, a few girls who were eavesdropping were caught red-handed and left awkwardly. Soon, Yi Qian found out about the matter. After hearing it, he smiled faintly and said, I didn't expect Gao Yang to be so understanding. I really couldn't tell in the past. He really couldn't tell. But he knew that Yi Ying would definitely not be persuaded by him to come to her senses. Chapter 148. Because no one in this world knew Yi Ying better than she did. Yi Qian's guess was proven correct. It wasn't until 10 o'clock at night that the students returned to their dorms after playing poker. They saw the usually cold Gao Yang storming out of the room with a furious expression. Yi Ying's soft sobs could be heard from the room where the door was not closed. Yi Qian, who was about to go to bed, smiled lightly and didn't say anything about it. Gao Yang definitely wouldn't have an easy time tomorrow. Yi Ying was the type of person who would make everyone else uncomfortable as long as she was uncomfortable. Suddenly, Yi Jian, who had closed her eyes, opened her eyes. She said to the girl who slept in the single bed next door, Do you know the girl who slept in the same room as Yi Ying? Why don't we just let her sleep with us? If Yi Ying was going to cause trouble, she didn't want to implicate others. When the girl from the capital heard this, she thought it was a good idea. Why didn't I think of that? If we combine the beds, won't the three of us be able to sleep together? She got out of bed, took off her shoes and walked outside. Wait for me to come back so we can move the beds together. Yi Qian agreed with a smile. When the two girls from the capital came over, she had already moved the beds. With one more friend, the three of them chatted until 1 o'clock in the morning before they fell asleep. Early in the morning, when Yi Qian came back from her run, she saw Teacher Zhu and a few other teachers from experimental middle school standing in the corridor with serious expressions. A student ran over from the orchard and said breathlessly, No, we looked everywhere, but there was no one. Yi Qian's gaze turned cold and she quickly walked over. When she saw Teacher Zhu, she said in a hurried voice, Yi Qian, did you see Yi Ying? Yi Ying, who was supposed to be in the orchard, was missing. Just as Yi Qian said, if she was unhappy, she would make everyone unhappy. Nothing in the room was touched. Even the bed looked like it hadn't been slept in. The blankets and sheets were neat and tidy, without a single wrinkle. The disposable slippers and the things in the bathroom were untouched. It was as if no one had been in the room at all. Yi Qian stood there quietly, his gaze fixed on the pillow. Downstairs, Gao Yang, with beads of sweat on his temples, was surrounded by cold air. He turned a deaf ear to the teacher's call and directly rushed to the second floor. Teacher Zhu realized that something was wrong with Gao Yang and hurried up to him. Someone said, Yi Qian is upstairs. This made everyone's heart skip a beat, and they all chased after Gao Yang. Hearing the commotion outside, Yi Qian stood beside the single bed where Yi Ying used to sleep. When he moved the pillow away, Gao Yang rushed in with the morning fog. He asked coldly, Did she come to see you last night? Shouldn't you be the last person to see her last night, Gao Yang? His question made Yi Qian's eyes turn cold. After he moved the pillow away, he reached into the seam of the bed. Gao Yang, with a frosty look in his eyes, walked closer and handed a bottle of mineral water to Yi Qian. I found 2 bottles like this by the stream. One is yours, and the other is the one Ying drank from. When I left last night, Ying didn't finish this bottle of water. And you didn't finish the bottle of water on the dining table. His words made the students who followed him into the room unhappy. Hey, are you kidding me? What do these 2 bottles mean? So what if you found them by the stream? Chapter 149. If he found them by the stream, then it proves that Yi Ying and I met alone last night, Yi Qian said calmly. It's normal for Gao Yang to make such a guess. She pointed at the mineral water bottles in his hand. One bottle should be in my hand, and the other bottle should be in Yi Ying's hand. Now that both of them are by the stream, it makes people think that Yi Ying and I went to the stream in the middle of the night. After all, both of us almost got into trouble last night. This was something that couldn't be explained clearly. It was just a simple setup, but it was enough to make her speechless. Even if the 2 girls who slept with her could prove that she slept with them last night, what about after she fell asleep? Could they prove that she still slept with them? When Gao Yang heard this, the coldness on his face deepened. She didn't sleep last night, and now she's gone. Yi Qian, she didn't sleep last night? Did you see with your own eyes that she didn't sleep last night? Yi Qian laughed, and her cold eyebrows became a little more beautiful. You need to understand. Number 1, just because the 2 bottles were together, it doesn't mean that we were together because you didn't see it with your own eyes. Number 2, you didn't see with your own eyes whether she slept last night, so you can't be so sure that she didn't sleep last night. It's the same as how my roommates can't prove that I didn't go out last night after they fell asleep. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, then everything you say doesn't make sense. Everyone present was smart, so they could understand what Yi Qian was saying. She made it very clear that the 2 bottles together didn't mean that she and Yi Ying had definitely met. However, Yi Qian couldn't prove that she wasn't with Yi Ying, so Gao Yang could assume that Yi Qian and Yi Ying met by the stream last night. Similarly, Gao Yang couldn't prove that Yi Ying didn't sleep last night in her room. The reason was the same: they didn't see it with their own eyes. Working with a bunch of highly intelligent students, as teachers, it was quite stressful. What they were thinking was also what the students were thinking. Yi Qian walked over to Mr. Li and Mr. Zhu. He picked up a few strands of black hair from the side of the bed and said, "This is Yi Ying's hair. At least it proves that she slept on the bed. As for why she tidied up the room so neatly, we have to find her to find out." She had clearly slept on the bed, yet she wanted everyone to misunderstand that she hadn't. After realizing the deeper meaning behind Yi Qian's words, the expressions of the teachers and students changed slightly. Gao Yang clenched his teeth so hard that his cheeks were visible. He looked deeply at Yi Qian and said, "Sorry, I was too impatient." Then he turned and walked downstairs. His slender figure still looked somewhat young. At least, compared to the 2 soldiers who brushed past him, Gao Yang's back was so thin that it looked slightly frail. "Male student, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Come, let's have a chat." Seeing that they were about to brush past each other, Han Zheng instantly reached out and put his hand on Gao Yang's shoulder with an undeniable aura to make him stay. Dressed in a military uniform, Han Zheng put away his bone-chilling charm and looked full of military might. He smiled and said, "We'll leave together later. We still need you to bring us to the stream." Gao Yang wanted to resist, but when he calmed down and saw Xia Jinyuan standing at the side, he was slightly stunned. Wasn't this the young major that Yi Qian knew? Chapter 150. Xia Jinyuan glanced at the boy and said to Han Zheng, "You guys go to the stream first. Yi Qian and I will follow." After making an okay gesture, Han Zheng directly took Gao Yang away from the stairwell without giving him a chance to struggle out of his grasp. Yi Qian had no intention of looking for Yi Ying. In her opinion, this was just an act by Yi Ying. However, the teachers did not think so. They decided to call the police if they could not find her within 3 hours. I'll go to the stream and take a look. You guys go look elsewhere. She did not want to look, but she had to. Once the police were called, all the students would be taken to the police station for questioning. She would be the focus of the questioning. Once she was listed as the focus of the questioning, she would most likely not be able to go to Australia. Why did Ying go missing? It was obvious that she was here for her. Yi Qian turned around with a cold expression and walked out of the orchard. Instead of looking everywhere, she might as well ask the shop owner about the surrounding terrain. How could a person who felt even the slightest bit of discomfort go far? She wanted to see how she would explain it to the teachers after she found her. She had just separated from her classmates when she stopped again. She saw someone leaning against a peach tree and looking at her with a smile on his handsome face. She's just out for a walk, yet she can cause so much trouble. Little girl, you really have to stay away from her in the future. Seeing that she had stopped walking, Xia Jinyuan beckoned her over. I'm really worried. She hasn't disappeared for 24 hours. Things keep happening one after another. Yi Qian raised her eyebrows and asked with a smile, why? Do you think she disappeared on purpose? Don't you already know if she did it on purpose? Xia Jinyuan chuckled. His smile was as warm as the morning sun shining through the mist. Let's go. You have an hour to hand her over to your teachers for a good lesson. Finding Ying within an hour might be impossible for others, but it was not difficult for Yi Qian. After understanding the situation from the shop owner, she said to Xia Jinyuan, I'll go look for her. There's no need to trouble you and your friends. You know where he is so quickly. How can you analyze it? Xia Jinyuan looked at Yi Qian in surprise, who seemed to already know what was going on. Xia Jinyuan asked with interest, only 10 minutes. You have plenty of time. At this time, the sun had already dispersed the faint mist. Yi Qian, who was following a small path into the mountains, stopped and turned around. His eyes contained a hint of a cold and sharp smile. He said indifferently, there's no need to analyze. It's just because you know yourself and your enemy. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will be victorious in every battle. Xia Jinyuan chuckled softly and sighed. That sister of yours, have you ever thought of asking her to leave school? Why did you let her leave? Yi Ying was unwilling to give up and wanted to surpass me in every aspect. She wanted to prove that she was better than me in every aspect. Yet, he couldn't get his way every single time. If I let her leave, I will feel very bored. She spoke in a low voice, filled with the mischievous interest of a little girl. It could be seen that she really hated Yi Ying. The only difference was that she disdained to use underhanded and immoral underhanded tricks. She liked to use her strength to suppress others and make them live under her halo forever. For someone who wanted to surpass her, this was a form of torture, both physically and mentally. Chapter 151. I can go alone. Don't worry, Captain Xia. Yi Qian once again stopped Xia Jinyuan from going with her. She only hoped that she could handle the matter with Yi Ying herself. Since she insisted, Xia Jinyuan didn't force her. He stared at her quietly for a while, then smiled faintly and said, Okay, find me in my room when you need me. As she turned around, Xia Jinyuan looked at her tenacious and slender back and said in a low voice, Take good care of yourself. Don't forget, you have a mission now. Yi Qian didn't look back. She just stopped in her tracks and nodded to show that she understood. Walking up the mountain path, there was a small pavilion for climbers to rest in. Further to the left of the pavilion, there was a mountain deity temple that only the locals knew about. Yi Qian looked at the newly broken twigs and the bent grass on both sides of the path. She sneered and walked straight in the direction of the mountain deity temple. Behind her, the army green figure hidden in the branches and leaves didn't leave immediately. Instead, he frowned slightly, and there was a hint of confusion in his deep eyes. There was something wrong with the little girl just now. Hearing the sound of students talking not far away, Xia Jinyuan didn't hesitate. He turned around and walked quickly towards the source of the sound. Although the mountain deity temple was called a temple, it was actually just a natural small cave that could only accommodate about 3 people. It had a certain amount of history, so the surroundings of the cave were extremely dark due to the smoke of sandalwood. Yi Qian, who had slowly climbed up the mountain for 20 minutes, didn't immediately appear. She looked at Yi Ying, who glanced at the entrance from the side of the mountain deity temple from time to time. The cold light in her dark eyes was like the light of a sword. In the forest, the morning birds flew through the branches and chirped happily. In the quiet surroundings, there was no one else besides her and Yi Ying. Yi Qian laughed silently. If she got rid of Yi Ying now, wouldn't she be able to solve the problem once and for all? His eyes, which were so bright that they could reflect the blue sky and white clouds, were already steaming with killing intent. If he really killed her, how many people would know? Yi Jian's right hand gently grasped the silver wire that had been wrapped around her left wrist like a bracelet. Hiding behind the leaves, Yi Jian took a step forward in the strong killing intent, and a pair of warm and strong hands grabbed her arm. Don't worry, wait a little longer. Xia Jinyuan, who had appeared out of nowhere, grabbed Yi Jian and stopped her from taking a step forward. His dark and gloomy eyes were unreadable. He controlled his strength very well. It was as if he was really just holding her back and asking her to wait a little longer. Murderous intent. Xia Jinyuan could tell that she was bathed in blood. Her murderous intent was as thick as ink. He couldn't understand why a 14-year-old girl would have such a strong murderous intent towards someone of the same age. Before this, he couldn't tell at all. When her hand gently grasped the silver wire on her wrist, Xia Jinyuan's eyes were fixed. Even when he purposely made the rustling sound of his body passing through the branches, he did not wake her up. In the end, he had no choice but to take action. The moment Xia Jinyuan grabbed her arm, Yi Qian gently closed her eyes. In just a few seconds, she restrained her murderous aura. Of course, he couldn't kill her here. There was too much evidence and witnesses. If he really killed her, he would be the one to die in the end. Looking back, Yi Qian's clear black eyes calmly looked at the man whose handsome face revealed a hint of seriousness. He sneered and said, "What, do you really think I would do something that would harm myself? How could that be?" It was just a moment of anger. Chapter 152. He was a soldier and had keen observation skills and intuition. He must have noticed something when he tried to stop her. Therefore, there was no need to hide it. Telling him openly would lower his suspicions. It's normal that you can't let down your emotions. I believe that you're smart and won't let down Father Zhen and Uncle Chen because of some insignificant person. Xia Jinyuan heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that she didn't look gloomy and didn't look like she was in trouble. He let go of her slender arm and said with a faint smile, "People who make mistakes must be punished. Although it's just a punishment that doesn't hurt or itch, it's enough to let everyone know her character. It's also a good thing for you. Didn't she always want to compete with Yi Qian? Then let's make her pay for the humiliation she suffered, and her image plummeted to the point where no one was willing to travel with her." His words were like a warning bell that shattered the haze in Yi Qian's heart. His pupils contracted slightly and Yi Qian exhaled deeply. He almost lost himself just now. "I'm fine. Captain Xia, you should leave us alone. I don't want to explain too much. After all, she asked Liao Jian to spy on us." After Yi Qian finished speaking, he ignored Xia Jinyuan's reply and walked through the bushes and leaves towards the temple. There was the sound of leaves rustling. Yi Ying, who was hiding behind a tree, leaned back slightly and tiptoed towards the back of the temple. Falling down on purpose and disappearing on purpose. "Yi Ying, how much more of these tricks do you want to play?" The sudden voice behind her made Yi Ying's body stiffen. There was a hint of panic in her eyes. Yi Qian looked at Yi Ying, who was panicking because of his appearance. His dark eyes were cold as he said with a faint smile, "You spent so much effort to frame me. You even purposely put the bottle of water I drank by the stream. But you just had to hide so close. It wasn't challenging at all for me to find you." There was the sound of messy footsteps coming from below. There were also the voices of teachers reminding the students to watch their steps and be careful not to fall. Clearly, they were all heading for the mountain deity temple. Yi Ying, whose eyes were filled with fear, suddenly looked up. Her reddened eyes stared straight at Yi Qian. The hatred in her eyes was like huge waves, rolling over and over again. I did it on purpose? Heh, you really know how to lie through your teeth. Instead of retreating, she stepped forward and walked directly to Yi Qian's side. She raised her chin arrogantly and said, "Why would I do that? I was the one who got scalded from the fall." Missing? Huh, which eye of yours saw me go missing? Aren't we just standing here? From the corner of her eye, Yi Ying saw the figures of her teacher and student looming behind the green leaves. Her heart raced, and her eyes flickered. Her voice was filled with fear, and she said in a trembling voice, "Yi Qian, what are your intentions for following me here so sneakily? Last night, you caused me to get scalded. Isn't that enough? What else do you want? Yi Ying, why don't you explain why you wanted to create an illusion that you met Yi Jian last night?" Teacher Zhu, who had stepped through the bushes, looked at Yi Ying with an exceptionally serious expression. "As for why Yi Qian came here, as a teacher, I can explain it to you." 1, 2. Dozens of students stood behind Teacher Zhu. Not a single one of them was not frowning as they looked at the girl who was full of lies. From their eyes, it was obvious that they were doubting Yi Ying's character. Chapter 153. Teacher Zhu's questioning and the students' unfriendliness made Yi Ying's face pale. In school, because of her relationship with Yi Zhifan, Yi Ying's teachers took good care of her. In addition, her grades were good, so the teachers were very tolerant of her. Even if they wanted to criticize Yi Ying, they would explain it in advance so that Yi Ying would know that even if they criticized her, they were still on her side. After a long time, Yi Ying began to have a vague sense of what kind of position a teacher should be in. She was used to teachers speaking up for her. When she suddenly heard Teacher Zhu not criticizing others but questioning her, she, who had never experienced something like this, immediately thought of protecting her dignity. She pretended to be calm and stubbornly raised her chin. With a trembling voice, she argued, "Teacher Zhu, what do I have to explain? My only mistake was that I didn't inform anyone before I left the class. That's my explanation. Whether you believe it or not is your own business." With that, tears welled up in her eyes. She looked at Teacher Zhu pitifully, hoping that the teacher would stand on her side, just like in town middle school. Her reaction made the students look at her with disgust. How could she do this? Not only did she not admit her mistake, she even felt that she was wronged. Some of the students looked at Yi Qian with sympathy. With a classmate like this, life must be difficult. How could she do this? She's too shameless. She's like a dead pig who isn't afraid of boiling water. I really pity Yi Qian. With a classmate like this, I don't know what kind of sin she has committed to have her as her classmate. With teachers present, the students, who had always been virtuous, only discussed among themselves softly even if they were dissatisfied. However, even if they lowered their voices, Yi Qian could still hear them. Hearing this, her indifferent expression had a hint of a smile that no one could see through. Yi Qian was no stranger to doubting a person's character. When she saw the teachers and students doubting Yi Ying's character, she had the urge to laugh out loud. The heavens were right, and retribution was not pleasant. What she went through back then was what Yi Ying was facing now. The only difference was that he had been wronged back then, while Yi Ying had reaped what she had sown. Teacher Zhu felt his heart ache from anger. Was this still a student? He was the ancestor that the teachers had to worship. However, as a teacher with high professional ethics, she did not embarrass Yi Ying in front of all the students. Instead, he said to Yi Qian, "In order to find her, all of you skipped breakfast. It was only 7 o'clock, and it was almost time to go back and have breakfast. I'll leave this to teacher." Teacher Zhu, who had already noticed the strange look in the students' eyes, sighed softly and said, "Everyone makes mistakes. All of you should disperse." A teacher's job was to impart knowledge and dispel doubts. Even Teacher Zhu, who had doubts about Yi Ying's character, knew to stand up for a student who had made a mistake. As a teacher, not only did he impart knowledge, he also taught his students how to behave. This was the difference between Teacher Zhu and Teacher Ku. In this life, it was Yi Ying's great fortune to have met Mr. Zhu. In her previous life, it was Yi Qian's misfortune to have met Teacher Ku. The two girls who stayed with Yi Qian last night stared at Yi Ying unkindly. They walked out from among the students and said to Yi Qian, "Ignore them, despicable people." Chapter 154. Stop talking. Let the teacher handle this. Let's go have breakfast. Even though the other student had her own opinions, under Mr. Zhu's influence, she did not say anything that was unfair. Instead, she held Yi Qian's arm and comforted her. Don't take it to heart. This kind of person is just jealous of you. The girl's voice was neither loud nor soft, just loud enough for everyone to hear. Hearing this, Yi Ying's expression changed. She opened her mouth to confront her. Why would I be jealous of her? What does she have to be jealous of? You. Sorry, I don't want to talk to a person with a flawed character like you. Whatever I say has nothing to do with you. A girl from the north retorted coldly. Let me give you a kind reminder. Don't take it personally. It will affect your mood. Laughter came from the mouths of the students. While they were full of ridicule, they were also disdainful of Yi Ying's behavior. At that time, they were suspicious. Now, they were sure. Yi Ying's character was problematic. Gao Yang, who had come over but had not said anything, clenched his fists tightly. Yi Ying. He never knew that there was a side to her that was so unbearable. Could it be that everything he saw in the past was fake? His gaze moved from Yi Ying to the other girl, whom he had always thought was unbearable. He saw that she was still calm in the face of Yi Ying's accusation. She was calm and unhurried, as natural as a flower blooming and withering. She did not try to defend herself. She let Yi Ying direct this cheap farce alone. She had already won against Yi Ying several times over just by remaining silent. She walked to Yi Ying's side and said calmly, Yi Ying, I hope you remember that you don't just represent yourself outside. You also represent Fujian High School. Please restrain yourself and stop tarnishing the school's reputation. Yi Qian would only earn more respect from others. Gao Yang walked out. His footsteps were heavy as he walked to Yi Qian's side. He lowered his head and said clearly, I apologize for my shallow thinking. I'm really sorry, Yi Qian. I thought I was right, but reality slapped me hard in the face. I realized that what I saw might not be right. I'm very sorry, Yi Qian. He didn't say anything to ask Yi Qian to forgive him. He bowed deeply before her, then straightened up abruptly. He didn't take another look at Yi Ying, whose eyes were filled with hope because of his appearance, and turned to leave. Even when Yi Ying screamed, Gao Yang, come back, he did not turn back to look. It was like this in the past, and it was still the same now. Yi Ying, who was in a state of extreme panic, looked at the boy's thin figure as he left. She, who was still pretending to be calm, suddenly burst into tears. It was unclear whether she was crying because of Gao Yang's departure or because of the teacher's interrogation. No matter what her reason was, Yi Qian did not care. He knew that from today onwards, Yi Ying's life would not be as smooth as her previous life. Standing in the dark, Xia Jinyuan watched everything through the gaps between the leaves. His thin lips curved slightly. Little Fox was really dazzling just now. She was obviously not outstanding, but the way she handled the situation won the respect of the teachers and students. A little girl like this was the little girl he knew. The girl's cries continued, but Xia Jinyuan did not take another look at her. After Yi Qian left, he quietly left the scene. He left for Australia tonight. He and Yi Qian were on the same flight. Chapter 155. Yi Qian didn't know that Xia Jinyuan was on the same flight as him. After Yi Ying's incident, although it didn't affect Yi Qian's mood to play with the other students, the teachers couldn't be at ease with this trip. They were supposed to leave at noon, but the return trip ended at 9 a.m. At 3 p.m., Mr. Zhu and the other students returned. Yi Qian didn't see Yi Ying. Even Gao Yang remained silent and didn't ask where she went. Not long after Mr. Zhu and the others left, Yi Qian and the others boarded the bus to the airport. They boarded at 8:30 p.m. Less than half an hour after the plane took off, most of the passengers had already fallen asleep. Yi Qian chatted with Yang Yi, the girl sitting next to him, for a while before falling asleep. Yi Qian, who had slept for an unknown amount of time, was awakened by Yang Ye's mumbling. He looked at the time and saw that it was only 1 a.m. There were still 6 hours before landing. After putting the shawl on Yang Yi, Yi Qian gently got up and walked towards the bathroom. Someone politely knocked on the door twice. Yi Qian, who was washing his hands, took out a tissue to dry his hands and opened the door. Like a cheetah in the forest, a person squeezed into the narrow washroom. Yi Qian's reaction was just as fast. When he noticed the other person's strange behavior, he had already raised his right leg and kicked towards the other person's knee. Such a big greeting gift? I don't dare to accept it. The familiar voice slowly laughed with a hint of mockery. At the same time, the familiar faint mint smell instantly filled Yi Qian's nose. It was cold and low-key, just like its owner. The right leg that was supposed to kick the other person's knee moved to the side and brushed past the other person's calf. Yi Qian moved to the side so that Xia Jinyuan, who had already squeezed in, could come closer and close the bathroom door. When he really stepped in, Yi Qian regretted it. The washroom on the plane was so small that it could only accommodate one person. When he came in, the space was so small that Yi Qian wondered if he should stand on top of the toilet bowl. It was as if she had blocked out the unpleasant smell of disinfectant. Every breath she took was filled with his scent. Yi Qian, who had a sensitive sense of smell, couldn't help but hold his breath. Being alone with him, especially in such a small space, always made her feel unnatural. Xia Jinyuan didn't mind. The small space didn't affect his mood at all. Especially when he saw her expression as if she wanted to stand on top of the toilet bowl, he couldn't help but chuckle. You fell asleep less than half an hour after boarding the plane. Little girl, if you didn't wake up, would have to wake you up. In the dim light, although there was a smile on his handsome face, there was no trace of a smile in his dark eyes as he looked at Yi Qian. Give me 2 minutes to finish reading this document. Although it was called a document, it was actually a photo. There were 2 blonde foreign men, a dark-skinned man from Qingzhou City, and a Chinese man. Below the photo was a detailed introduction of the 4 people. Yi Qian fixed his gaze on the photo of the Vietnamese man again. He narrowed his eyes and said, mercenary? A soldier who participated in the Nanjiang Defense War. After retiring, he became a school teacher. After falling for women, he became a mercenary. Xia Jinyuan took the photo from her and put it back in his pocket. His code name is Red Scorpion. He has frontline combat experience. 4 soldiers sent by the Vietnamese government died at his hands. Chapter 156. Rumor has it that he has a pair of eyes that can see through a person's essence. Therefore, as long as it's someone sent by the government, no one can escape his sight. The 2 female border guards sent by the Chinese side almost fell into his hands. This was information that Yi Qian had to know. It was a fact that could not be concealed. He had to let her know in advance what kind of dangerous person she was up against. Yi Qian did not expect to take on such a tricky mission for the first time working with the military. But, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. There seemed to be a fire in her dark eyes. I think I understand why you need a student like me to work with you. That's right. That's why we need you. Xia Jinyuan laughed. He knew that this bold girl would not back down. Don't be afraid. You're a student and a contestant in this competition. No matter how alert he is, he can't be so thorough. He will arrive in Sydney at about 8:00 tomorrow. He will arrive at the hotel at about 11:30 Sydney time. The man in the photo appeared in the group of Vietnamese students. The Chinese student was the one who received him. As for what Yi Qian needed to do, all he did was report to Xia Jinyuan and the others in a timely manner, including who the Vietnamese student was in contact with. This was a drug trafficking network that used students. The drug gang established a strict drug trafficking network in Laos, the border area of Vietnam, and the relevant provinces and cities in Vietnam. From purchasing to transporting, to bribing, they successfully transported their drugs. The Chinese side had joined in because they had already caught 2 informants on the drug trafficking network. From the clues, they found out that the Chinese student in charge of receiving him was one of the important leaders of the gang who cooperated with the international drug trafficking network. Xia Jinyuan's target was naturally the Chinese student and the Vietnamese student. There was another knock on the door outside the restroom. Someone yawned and said, "Excuse me." Yi Qian's body stiffened. He stared at Xia Jinyuan with his clear eyes and pointed at himself. "What do we do now?" A man and a woman were in the restroom. What if they were blocked by someone? "The toilet is broken." "I'm very sorry." "We'll take care of it immediately." "I'm very, very sorry, sir." As the flight attendant on duty apologized, Yi Qian walked out of the restroom expressionlessly and returned to his seat. Because the toilet bowl was broken, a gentleman stepped forward to help the little girl, but to no avail. After that, he called for the flight attendant. What a perfect explanation. This time, Yi Qian did not go to the bathroom. After nearly 12 hours of flight, they arrived in Sydney at 8:40 a.m. the next day. At this time, it was 10:40 a.m. in Sydney, which was 2 hours earlier than in China. About an hour later, the 12 students arrived at the hotel under the guidance of the Australian reception teacher. As soon as they arrived at the hotel, they saw an English slogan at the bright entrance, "It is important to participate, not to win." It meant that the important thing was to participate, not to win. This was the spirit of the mathematical Olympiad. Wang Yimou stood in front of the banner with a serious expression on his face. He said to Yi Qian, who was standing beside him, in spirit, it might not be the case. Sending 12 members to participate in the competition and selecting them from all the schools in the country was enough to show how much importance the country placed on this competition. Don't put so much pressure on yourself. Since you're here, just participate well. Yi Qian twisted his luggage and smiled at Wang Yimou, who was in his 3rd year of junior high. It's mealtime. Don't think about these stomach-aching things. Chapter 157. While the two of them were talking, a bus drove over. It circled around the fountain and slowly stopped at the entrance of the hotel. Just like the bus the Chinese students were on, when the rear doors slowly opened, the Chinese students who were walking towards the hotel heard the commotion and turned around to look. Their competitors had arrived. In this competition, the participants from each country wore an armband representing their country on their sleeves. It was easy to tell which country they were from. This time, there were 6 teams from Asia participating in the competition. When the doors opened, they saw the same Asian faces, except that their skin was slightly darker. They were dressed in the same uniform and walked out. Their gazes all landed on the other party's arm. When they saw the national emblem of a 5-pointed star on a red background and 2 bundles of golden rice ears symmetrically surrounded by red ribbons, the Chinese students knew which country this student was from. The Vietnamese students who got out of the bus did not expect to meet their competitors at the entrance of the hotel before they even arrived. The eyes of the students from the 2 countries met for a brief moment. It was as if sparks were flying. Before the competition even started, the competition had already begun. Yi Qian, who was a few steps behind, nodded and smiled at one of the students, who was probably the leader of the neighboring team. He teased Wang Yimou, "Your eyes are about to pop out of their sockets. Those who don't know would think that you're looking at a beauty. Those who don't know would think that you're trying to kill someone. They're glaring at me, so I'm glaring back." Wang Yimou chuckled. Following Yi Qian, he smiled faintly at the Vietnamese boy who was glaring at him. "However, I still think that it's better to be friendly." Yi Qian laughed. His laughter was faint, but it was indescribably pleasant. "Let's go, Student Wang. We still have to rush for lunch." The Vietnamese students' voices came from behind. Wang Yimou did not pay attention to what they were saying because he did not understand. The students who went in were already lining up to get their room cards. Before checking into the hotel, the information of the students from each country had already been arranged. They only needed to get their room cards before they could check in. When it was Yi Qian's turn, the hotel waiter smiled and said in a friendly manner, "If you need anything, please feel free to contact me." He said I, not we. At the same time, he handed over the room card and lightly touched Yi Qian's finger under the card. "Your contact information is on the room card." "Thank you." "Okay, thank you." Yi Qian calmly took the room card. His hand on the black marble counter moved slightly, and the message he sent out was, "Understood." The smile in the man's light gray eyes deepened. "Nice to meet you. I'm..." He pointed to his name tag. "Belle, the hotel's front desk attendant. I'm happy to be at your service." Someone from the International Police Force was secretly protecting her? Why did this scene feel a little too big? Yi Qian's eyes darkened as he turned around. He bumped into a Vietnamese man who had also come to check in. In his hand, he was holding the list of his country's contestants. When the slip of paper accidentally scratched Yi Qian's arm, he raised his head and quickly apologized, "Sorry." There was a fierce look in his eyes, and the muscles on his arms were rather taut. Yi Qian nodded lightly and left with his luggage without saying anything. Yi Qian didn't turn back. Even if this person was the #1 target from Vietnam with the codename Red Scorpion, he didn't look back as he left. Because he already knew, there was no need to look back. Chapter 158. Of the 12 contestants, 2 were girls and 10 were boys. 2 of them shared a room on the same floor. The first thing Yi Qian and Yang Yi did when they entered the room was to put the books and test papers in their luggage beside the bed. There were even a few sets of test papers in English. There were no other clothes in their luggage, only blue and white school uniforms with short sleeves and long pants. They were dressed in a refreshing and sporty style. 12:00 just happened to be mealtime. When Yi Qian's group of 12 walked through the hotel's dining hall, contestants from various countries had gathered together. As the host country, Australia's contestants had all appeared in the dining hall and were enthusiastically chatting with the other country's contestants. Yi Qian's gaze swept across the entire dining hall. There were quite a few groups of black-haired Asian students, but there were no Vietnamese students. If he wanted to keep an eye on Red Scorpion, he first needed to know their whereabouts. When Yang Yi saw so many students gathered in the dining hall, he quietly said to Yi Qian, "It's such a big scene. This pressure. TSK, I'm going to eat until my stomach hurts." "Don't you?" Yi Qian hadn't finished speaking when a commotion came from behind him. Then, he heard the Chinese contestant Gu Fan say in a low voice, "You need to apologize." The contestants were all fluent in English. Gu Fan's spoken English was not only perfect, but he also had a pure American accent. Yi Qian only needed to hear his voice to know that it was him who had spoken. When he turned around, he saw a Vietnamese boy glaring fiercely at Gu Fan. There were a few books scattered on the floor. They were the materials Gu Fan had brought over from China. "Why should I apologize?" The Vietnamese boy not only had a fierce gaze, even his tone was fierce. He sneered, "This is a public place. You're obstructing us by standing here." Not only did the boy's fierceness come out of nowhere, there was even a hint of hatred in his words. When he looked at the other Vietnamese students, they were all the same. It was as if the Chinese students standing in front of them were their enemies. "You guys are a bunch of rude invaders who only know how to invade. You want me to apologize? Don't even think about it." It was originally a simple matter, but when the boy said it, it actually escalated to a war between countries. This caused the Chinese students' expressions to change greatly. Their gazes towards the Vietnamese students suddenly became cold and sharp. Invaders? How could he have the audacity to say that the Chinese side was an invader? Yi Jian's expression was calm, but there was a cold glint in his black eyes that shot towards the Vietnamese student like an arrow. She walked over. She stood in front of Gu Fan, and said softly to him, "Teacher, we don't want to argue with them over this kind of matter. If these Vietnamese students wanted to discuss the war between the two countries for the past 30 years, she wouldn't mind having a good chat with them." Gu Fan lowered his head and glanced at the book that was knocked to the ground by the other party. He thought that he should not argue with students from other countries in Australia. When he bent down to pick up the book, Yi Jian directly grabbed his wrist and said with a smile, "Apologizing and picking up books is what they should do. It has nothing to do with national wars, countries. She spoke in English. Her voice was clear and there was a calm smile in it. She spoke naturally and generously, but there was a stern look in her eyes. "Hey, don't let them bully you." Yang Yi saw that the situation wasn't right. It was obvious that the other party was deliberately stirring up trouble. He said with a gloomy face, "I don't believe they dare to do anything here." Chapter 159. Calling the teacher over was obviously the best way to deal with this situation, but the Vietnamese students had taken the Chinese students' etiquette as cowardice. When one of the boys saw that Yang Yi was about to leave, he immediately raised his hand to stop him and said in a harsh tone, "You can leave, but you have to apologize to us." If this time it was really an apology from a Chinese student, then this matter was not an ordinary matter. If this matter spread internationally, it would be equivalent to a few Vietnamese students trampling on the dignity of a country. The other party raised his hand first, and the atmosphere instantly became even more tense. Yang Ye's face was filled with shame and anger, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Please tell us the reason why you want us to apologize." Reason? What reason do we need to give to invaders? If you want to apologize, then apologize. The Vietnamese student who blocked Yang Ye's path sneered repeatedly, as if he was the judge and could represent the entire country. As such, Yi Qian smiled faintly and raised his hand. "If you can represent your country right now, then you can stand on the battlefield and use your strength to express your patriotism. Instead of standing here and using a laughable excuse to express your patriotism, because all I see is your cowardice. She pressed her wrist against the other party's as she spoke with a faint smile, but the strength of her wrist didn't yield in the slightest, and she directly pushed the other party's hand to the side. "Not only are you not apologizing after bumping into us, you're even twisting words and forcing logic. Please first clarify where you are and why you're here." Her voice was piercingly cold and carried a majestic aura. Regardless of whether it was her words or her aura, she firmly suppressed the other party. The Vietnamese student didn't take a girl seriously at all. Only when he secretly compared their strength did he realize that he had underestimated the Chinese girl. Yi Qian's hands were tied with iron balls during sniping training, so the strength of her arms was far beyond that of an ordinary girl. She immediately suppressed the Vietnamese student with a single move. "You really are invaders. You always act so domineering." The Vietnamese student's face darkened as he angrily pulled his right hand back. Being suppressed by a girl's wrist to the point that he couldn't even raise his arm was an extremely humiliating matter. When Yi Qian heard this, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly towards the students beside her. She finally spoke loudly. The raised voice attracted the attention of the students outside the restaurant. Even those who saw it thought it was an exchange between students from two countries looked over. The rest of the words were not heard by the students, but the word, invaders, was heard clearly. Some students stood up and walked towards the entrance of the cafeteria. Someone asked, "What are you talking about? Invaders? Why are you talking about this topic?" The Chinese student faintly smiled and explained, "He purposely bumped into my classmate. It's fine if he didn't pick up his book, but he didn't even have the most basic manners. As for his sudden mention of invaders, I'm sorry, but we didn't understand." The tacit understanding that was cultivated could be used in any situation. Just like now, when Yi Qian smiled slightly, the Chinese students immediately knew how to respond. Why mention war in the arena of knowledge? This is not a battlefield, but a friendly exchange of knowledge. God, I can't understand this. Can someone explain it to me? Shouldn't you apologize immediately after bumping into someone? I can't understand the need to mix war and war. Chapter 160. No matter how good a person was at twisting words and forcing logic, they could only retreat in defeat in the face of everyone's condemnation. What's more, students from all over the world were talking about it. Soon, a trace of panic appeared on the faces of the Vietnamese students. "Why didn't you go in? The Vietnamese man with the code name Red Scorpion walked over and saw the panic on his students' faces. On the other hand, the Chinese student had a cold expression. He frowned and asked his students again, "What happened to you guys just now?" He was holding a stack of documents in his hand. Behind him were two other Vietnamese teachers who were also holding the same documents. Under his cold gaze, the few Vietnamese students who had hatred on their faces earlier lowered their heads and whispered what had happened. Gao Yang, who had been silent all this while, suddenly opened his mouth and coldly interrupted the students' words. "Please tell your teacher the whole story again. Tell your teacher the truth about what exactly happened." The first part was in English, but the second part was in Vietnamese. When he opened his mouth, the Chinese student wasn't frightened. Instead, the Vietnamese student was so frightened that his expression immediately tensed up. Yi Qian glanced at Red Scorpion and slightly pursed his lips. With a cold expression, he said, "Please use language that we can all understand and honestly tell us what happened." If the invaders hadn't been mentioned, this dispute would have just been between students. When Red Scorpion heard his own student mention the invaders, he immediately understood why the Chinese students refused to back down. The Chinese teacher walked over with the documents in his hand and happened to hear the second half. His expression was so serious that it made the Chinese students feel apprehensive. The Vietnamese students were able to pick up the books and apologize without a hitch. The four Chinese teachers didn't leave immediately. Instead, they said to Yi Qian and the others, "You guys go eat first. Leave this matter to the teachers." The matter seemed to have passed just like that, but the Chinese students knew that it wasn't over yet. After eating, the 12 students sat in the teacher's room and talked about what happened in the afternoon. They were still a little angry. The leader of the group was Teacher Li from Beijing's experimental high school. When he saw that the students were still talking about the war of self-defense against Vietnam in 1979, he sighed and said, "You guys still know too little. They're not talking about the war of self-defense against Vietnam in 1979, but the counterattack of Laos Han in recent years. Classmate Yi Qian, I remember that your personal profile stated that your hobby was military affairs. Have you studied Lao Shan's counterattack?" Lao Shan's counterattack was a modern war between the two nations. Even now, there were still conflicts between the two nations. This was originally a matter between countries. Even if there was something else, this was not something that students could discuss with each other. Moreover, this was Australia. Yi Qian pondered for a moment, then slowly said, "Laos Han is located to the west of our country's Yun Province's Malipo County. It has always been a battleground for military strategists. After the Vietnamese side completed the self-defense war in 1979, they ignored the repeated warnings of the China government and secretly sent troops to invade Laos Han. Relying on the complex terrain, they built a large number of tunnels, trenches, bunkers, hiding holes, many barbed wire fences, traps, and trenches. Invasion of national territory is something that no country can tolerate. On the morning of April 28, 1984, the 40th Division and the 49th Division of the 14th Division launched an attack on the front lines of Lao San and Jain Mountain. After 18 days of bloody battle, our border defense forces have finally reclaimed Old Mountain and Jain Mountain. Chapter 161. Yi Jian's voice was clear and cold. When she spoke, her voice was low and restrained, but there was a hint of coldness in it. She was talking about the war, and the teachers and students listened quietly. They were brought into the tragic war by her voice. After the Vietnamese army lost the Lao Shan position, they counterattacked repeatedly, vainly trying to retake the Lao Shan position. Thus, there were 4 major counterattacks. Among them, the Battle of Song Mao Ridge on July 12 was the largest division-level attack by the Vietnamese army. It was also the most tragic battle in the Lao Shan tug-of-war. The soldiers of the 2nd Company guarding the Lao Shan position near Nala La were all killed. After that, several of our soldiers who went up to check on the situation were also killed by the Vietnamese army. After daybreak, a platoon of 45 soldiers charged up, but they were almost completely wiped out. It was only when the rocket launchers were fired that our infantry retook the position. When she spoke up to this point, several students gasped. They had not paid attention to this area at all. They had always believed that war did not belong to the Chinese side of peace. Yi Qian's expression was cold as she pursed her lips. Her gaze swept past the students who were still in a daze. She continued softly, "The war did not end. After that, the Vietnamese army sent out 500 to 600 soldiers, but they were immediately locked down by our artillery. They also paid a heavy price for their actions." This was a battle that was not far from the students, but many students and adults did not know about it. As Yi Qian spoke slowly, the bullets whistled past the students. It was as if they could see the soldiers who were unafraid of death on the battlefield for the sake of protecting their country. They could see the young soldiers who fought until the last moment of their lives even though they were heavily injured. When Yi Qian spoke about the flying flesh and blood and broken limbs on the tree branches, in the bamboo forest, in the grass, and in the bushes, it was as if they were already on the battlefield. Sobbing sounds could be heard. It was Yang Yi crying. He was crying for the brave soldiers who had sacrificed themselves in the war. Teacher Li, Teacher Yu, and the other teachers' eyes were red. Even though Yi Qian had finished speaking for a long time, no one spoke. "It's very tragic, but why don't we know much about it?" a student asked in a hoarse voice, heavy and sorrowful. This question was answered by the teacher. Director Li sighed heavily. "I hope that the next generation will always enjoy peace and happiness. I also hope that you can stay away from war. However, as students, you have to know that war means putting people in danger. It means death, blood, and loss of peace and happiness. We must stay away from war, but we must understand and recognize war." As he spoke, Director Li took another look at Yi Qian. His impression of her had undoubtedly deepened. As a student, she didn't know much about Laoshan's counterattack. When Yi Qian heard what she said, he knew that she had really paid attention to it. Sitting in the corner, Gao Yang lowered his gaze to hide the complicated emotions in his eyes. She knew, much more than they did. In another hotel room, Red Scorpion sat on the edge of the bed with a gloomy expression. The gaze he swept over the boys was exceptionally cold. "I didn't bring you out to discuss the battlefield with the Chinese students. I need you to be honest about my matters and your families. I don't want to see such foolish things again. If you anger me, don't even think about going back." The three boys' shoulders clearly shrunk as they lowered their heads. None of them dared to raise their heads to look at him. It could be seen from their expressions that they were all afraid of Red Scorpion. Chapter 162. There was no one who wasn't afraid of him, and these three boys were even more afraid that their teacher would end their lives at any moment. They left in a panic and didn't raise their heads as they quickly entered the opposite room. "It can't be. They're living next door to us." Yang Ye's eyes were wide open as she looked at the three figures that flashed before her eyes. She said with some difficulty, "Dear, can we request to change rooms?" "Are you kidding me? They're actually right next door to us, just a wall away." Yi Qian wasn't surprised at all. Instead, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. This made things easier for her. It looked like Xia Jinyuan had made meticulous arrangements for her. From this, it could be seen that Red Scorpion was definitely someone who was difficult to get close to. Otherwise, they wouldn't have arranged for her to be so close to him. He smiled faintly and said, "So what? Even if it's not us, there will be other students living here. Dear, we can go back to our room and sleep for a while. I suggest you apply ice to your eyes before you sleep. Otherwise, they'll definitely swell when you wake up." "Ah. What should I do? Where's the ice? What should I do if I become ugly?" Yang Yi belonged to the smart and beautiful type. She had an oval face and curved willowy eyebrows. Although her facial features weren't as exquisite as Yi Qian's, she was still a standard beauty. She had just cried, and now that she had calmed down, she knew how to show off. Yi Qian swiped his card to open the door. He put his hands on her shoulders and gently pushed her into the room. "Go in, beautiful. I'll get the waiter to bring you some ice." Xia Jinyuan, who said he would contact her in Australia, still hadn't made a move. Was he here or not? If she went out for a walk, perhaps this elusive man would take the initiative to find her. When she walked to the elevator and was about to press the button, a ding sounded. The elevator door opened and a tall hotel waiter pushed a clean dining cart into the elevator. When he saw Yi Qian, he nodded slightly with a smile and pushed the dining cart out. Yi Qian also smiled slightly. She was about to press the button, but her feet moved slightly. When she brushed past the tall waiter, she calmly pressed the button. The waiter in the dining car stood in the middle of the room where the three Vietnamese boys came out in fear. He knocked on the door and said, "Sorry to disturb you." When the elevator doors opened, Yi Qian, who had entered the elevator, slowly closed the doors. His eyes were sharp. This was one of the foreign men in the photo. The door to the room he stopped at was Red Scorpion's room. They had already begun to make contact. The receptionist, Belle, was still there. After Yi Qian explained the purpose of his visit with a smile, Belle happily said to Yi Qian, "Okay, follow me." Then he said to his colleague, "We'll be leaving for 5 minutes. We'll be back soon." He saw Yi Qian's fingers making secret signals on the marble countertop as he spoke. "You saw him? Oh, God. I need to contact my colleagues, damn it. When did he come in?" After Yi Qian finished speaking, Belle's expression changed drastically. He reached behind him to take out his walkie-talkie. God, how could he be the waiter? Damn it. Hearing this, Yi Qian quickly turned off the call button that was about to connect. He spoke in fluent English like his mother tongue. "Belle, I suggest you first find out if the waiter was really killed. I didn't smell anything on him, including the smell of blood." This speed was so fast. Mr. Bell, who hadn't recovered from Yi Qian's speed, looked at Yi Qian in surprise with his light gray eyes. Was this a Chinese student? Why didn't he act like a student? Chapter 163. After the initial shock, Bell's expression was cold and serious as he said, "Yes, your suggestion is very good. That's right, I should go and find out where the waiter is. Maybe God will bless him and let him be safe." Yi Qian let go of his hand and looked at him with dark eyes. "No, you still need to prepare for the worst. There are countless ways to make a person die quietly without shedding a drop of blood. Also, how did the suspect get in? Does he have friends in the hotel? Belle, you're a police officer. You should know what I mean. I stopped you only because I didn't want to alert his friends in the hotel, and I didn't want to put myself in danger. After all, I was the one who met him just now. For a criminal with countless lives on their hands, they would rather kill 100 innocent people than let one person go if there was even the slightest movement. If there really were friends in the hotel, then Belle's actions would make her the next target of the criminals. She had been targeted too many times in her previous life. In this life, she had to be alert if there was even the slightest abnormality. Belle put away the walkie-talkie and looked at Yi Qian with his deep, light gray eyes. After a few seconds, he sighed. "Jane, you're really special. Now I understand why the young major insisted on you being the informant among the students." He was unbelievably calm. He didn't seem like a student, but like an experienced police officer. He was even calmer than Belle, who had been a police officer for 5 years. If a student was like this, then wouldn't the soldiers sent by the Chinese side be even more powerful? Belle had a feeling that the people sent by the Chinese side were definitely not what some people were mocking, soldiers trained by a backward country, not even as good as the traffic police on the streets. "Please give me the ice. I need to send it to my classmate upstairs." Yi Qian was really calm. Even his eyes were as calm as water without a trace of emotion. "I also need a communication device to contact you. If you have one, please give it to me." "Thank you." Belle immediately put the ice into a stainless steel cup. When he spoke again, he didn't have the casual tone of an adult talking to a child. It was to truly place Yi Qian in the right and equal position. "Yes, I need to give it to you. Not only is it a communication tool, we have also equipped you with a locator." By the time Yi Qian returned upstairs with the ice, she had 2 extra items on her body. One was a locator, and the other was a transmitter. As for Yang Yi, he was already sleeping soundly. After wrapping the ice in a towel, Yi Qian gently placed it over Yang Ye's eyes, who had already fallen asleep. Then, he gently moved the sofa in the hotel and slowly placed it against the wall. Red Scorpion's room wasn't even bugged. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but that Red Scorpion's anti-reconnaissance ability was quite strong. No matter where the bugging device was installed, he would be able to find it. This also reflected how difficult it was to deal with Red Scorpion. They were only separated by a wall, so he didn't know if he could hear anything. After pressing his ear against the wall and listening for a while, Yi Qian gave up. He didn't hear anything, which was to be expected. Thus, Yi Qian didn't continue listening. After flipping through a few math Olympiad papers, he leaned against the sofa and fell asleep. Chapter 164. When she woke up, there was someone knocking on the door. It was a blonde, handsome boy with blue eyes and 2 glasses of iced cola in his hands. He smiled at Yi Qian as she opened the door. "Hey, I'm Auburn. Nice to meet you." The man was of average height, about 1.78 meters. His warm smile was as sweet as cotton candy. "We'll be having a party by the swimming pool tonight. I hope you and your friends can join us." It was a passionate invitation from a handsome boy. Yi Qian felt that if she were to reject this angelic boy's invitation, it would be a very bad thing. It would be too rude. As it turned out, there was no student who could resist the temptation of a party. Yi Qian watched as the boys and girls held crystal glasses filled with champagne and gently clinked glasses. They chatted happily and without any obstacles by the colorful swimming pool. From their faces, she couldn't see any nervousness from the competition. It was as if they were here for a vacation, relaxed and comfortable. Yi Qian stood in the dark, keeping an eye on Red Scorpion's side. She sipped her champagne until a familiar low voice suddenly came from her earpiece. She walked over to Wang Mo, who was closest to her, and said, "I need to go back to my room." Then she left with a calm expression. When the door opened, there was a faint but familiar mint smell in the air. Yi Qian gently closed the door and locked it. In the dimly lit room, she saw someone sitting on the sofa. The figure in the dark was like a beast hibernating in the dark, waiting for its prey to arrive. Without turning on the lights, Yi Qian walked over to another sofa and sat down. The first thing she asked was, "That waiter should have met with a mishap, right?" People of different statuses even talked about different topics. Yes, he was killed around 2:10 in the afternoon. His body was hidden in the hotel's utility room. Xia Jinyuan spoke softly, his cold voice carrying a hint of hostility. Red Scorpion is already on the move. The first transaction should be completed soon. The Chinese target hasn't appeared yet, so we won't make a move for now. In the dark room, his usually sharp and cold gaze was more substantial than usual. When it fell on Yi Qian, it was especially serious. "The 2 foreign suspects are the targets of the international police. They have nothing to do with us." "Yi Qian, you know what I'm talking about, right?" Their conversations were always full of mystery. Sometimes, even if one tried to guess, they might not be able to understand. However, if the 2 of them had a certain level of tacit understanding, they would be able to understand each other's meaning with just one sentence. Yi Qian paused for a moment, then said calmly, "I understand. What we need to do is within our duties. As for how the international police arrange things, it's not something we can interfere with. Little girl, it's good that you know. You don't have to say any more." Xia Jinyuan smiled coldly. "Our country is still a little weak in the eyes of some other countries," he said. "Our country is still a little weak in the eyes of some other countries." In 1995, all aspects of China were still in the process of revitalization. However, whether it was the national economy or the military, they were all secretly developing in the best direction. Yi Qian had been there before, so he knew what the future would be like. On the other hand, Xia Jinyuan was a soldier, and his family was the core of the military. Naturally, he knew more. As for why some countries said China was weak and didn't allow China to interfere too much in this operation, the reason was simple. As developed countries, they thought China was weak. Regarding this, China, which had always kept a low profile, naturally continued to keep a low profile and didn't say much. Chapter 165. This was what Xia Jinyuan wanted to express. Since Yi Qian could think of not interfering with the international police, she naturally understood what he was trying to say. The country's weakness was a heavy topic, but at the same time, it was also a kind of motivation. Fortunately, China had always been motivated to become a powerful country. Yi Qian was not deceived by his fake seriousness, because she knew that in the near future, China's military strength would make the former world superpowers feel threatened. She smiled slowly and said, "You should know better than me how powerful we are. If you don't interfere too much, then I, as a student, won't." "No, little girl, we will interfere, but not now, but..." Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows slightly. His cold and handsome face was calm and composed. His innate elegance at this moment made his temperament even more cold and unpredictable. He smirked and paused for a moment. Then, he slowly said, "Instead, they will have no choice but to ask for our help. Just you wait, little girl. Since we are here, how can we let some people look down on us?" Soldiers were proud and at the same time, they represented the country's military strength. If they were looked down on, of course, they had to be ruthlessly dealt with. "What should we do? I'm suddenly looking forward to the day you mentioned." Yi Qian smiled, her clear eyes shining like stars as she looked at the arrogant man in the dark. "I hope that when the time comes, Captain Xia will still think of me and let me experience it." Her words made Xia Jinyuan smile happily. He stood up from the lounge chair, his cold and slender figure as sharp as a sword. Hearing his cold voice, he said indifferently, "Don't worry, little girl. Time is not the only thing that makes you grow. You still need more training." He looked forward to her growth, so he would do his best to let her lay the strongest foundation in the process of her growth. The party downstairs didn't end until 10 p.m. If it weren't for the teacher's reminder, it would have gone on even later. Yi Qian didn't go downstairs. Instead, she stayed in the room and digested Xia Jinyuan's words, using the excuse of doing test papers as an excuse. A gentleman has to do what he does and doesn't do what he does. Just thinking about it made her motivated. There are 3 rounds in the competition. One is a team competition, one is a theory test, and the last is a trial test. It will be held over 3 days, 5 hours per round. It starts at 8 a.m. and ends at 1 p.m. Early the next morning, a group of students still hadn't woken up from last night's party and were already preparing for tomorrow's competition. Director Li did not waste his breath. Yesterday, they had played and slept. Today, no one would be able to rest as easily as yesterday. With a wave of his hand, it was as if he was here in person, causing the students who wanted to relax in the afternoon to stop. Once they immersed themselves in their studies, they realized that the day had passed just like that. Rest early tonight. Go to bed at 9 o'clock sharp. Hand over one of your room cards. Our teacher wants to check on you one by one. When they went downstairs for lunch at 5:30 p.m., Director Li made another move. He confiscated a room card from each room so that it would be easier for them to check the rooms. In China, it was normal for teachers to check the rooms. Last night, when they were chatting with students from different countries, the teacher directly pushed the door open and checked the rooms. TSK, TSK, TSK. The expressions on the faces of the foreign students were unbearable. It was as if their bodies were being violated. They couldn't accept that the teacher didn't care about the students' privacy and barged in without their permission. They obediently handed over their cards and followed the 4 teachers to the cafeteria for dinner. Chapter 166. When the 12 of them walked out of their rooms, they saw that the Vietnamese students on the same floor had also walked out of their rooms. It looked like they were heading to the cafeteria to eat just like the Chinese students. They walked in front, while the Chinese students walked behind them. When the Vietnamese students entered the elevator, the Chinese students just happened to be standing in front of the elevator doors. The gazes of the students from the two countries directly confronted each other. In any case, there was no way for them to continue being friendly. Although they maintained civility with their words, they were glaring at each other with their eyes. Unfortunately, the confrontation didn't last for long. After a few seconds, the elevator doors slowly closed. Yi Qian's gaze indifferently slid past Red Scorpion's face, as if it was a normal exchange of glances, before he calmly withdrew his gaze. Red Scorpion's gaze was like the fangs of a venomous snake, suddenly sweeping over with its mouth wide open. It carried a gloomy ruthlessness as it swept past the faces of the Chinese students in the increasingly narrow space of the elevator, causing the students standing near the front to involuntarily shrink their eyes. Yi Qian, Yang Yi, tonight you two will change rooms with me and teacher you. When the elevator doors closed, Director Li spoke, come up and change rooms after you finish eating. The Vietnamese teacher's gaze always gave him a cold feeling. It didn't seem like a teacher's gaze, but more like a murderer. His gaze was too fierce, and he didn't have the temperament of a teacher. After teaching for so many years, and being the school's director of education, Director Li had a good eye for people. Yi Qian didn't immediately reply. The rooms were specially arranged, so how could they change rooms? However, it was indeed necessary. Not for him, but for Yang Yi. At night, Yi Qian was the only one in the room. He was used to sleeping alone, and he couldn't change beds because he didn't want to affect tomorrow's competition. As the main force of the entire competition, Director Li could only agree to her requests. Sleeping at 9 wasn't difficult for Yi Qian, but as long as he closed his eyes, he would see the ferocity in Red Scorpion's eyes when the elevator doors closed. Something might happen tonight. With this premonition, Yi Qian fell asleep without any distracting thoughts. At around 1:00 in the morning, Yi Qian, who was sound asleep, suddenly opened his eyes. In the darkness, a cold light flashed across the depths of his eyes. He gently closed his eyes again. The originally tightly shut door quietly opened. The light from the corridor shone into the room, then disappeared as the door quietly closed. Someone tiptoed into the room, even holding their breath. He didn't walk to the bedside. Instead, he gently pushed open the bathroom door and stayed inside for about 2 minutes. Then, he closed the door and left, as if it was just a nightmare. Yi Qian did not get up immediately. Instead, he bravely lay in bed for at least an hour before he reached out to turn on the bedside lamp. Everything in the bathroom was normal. There was nothing unusual. Yi Qian closed the toilet lid and placed a towel on top of it. Then, she stood on top of the toilet lid. Very carefully, he moved the ceiling by 1 square, then another square. Using both hands to support the dragon skeleton, he leaped lightly onto the ground, using the strength of his arms to support his entire body. In the dim light, Yi Jianjian saw a black travel bag quietly placed in a place that was within reach of her hand. After looking at it for a while, the corners of Yi Qian's mouth curled up slightly. If she wanted to attract Red Scorpion's attention and make him walk around under her nose, the opportunity was right in front of her eyes. Captain Xia, if I said that someone came into my room and left a black bag in the bathroom, would you believe me? Chapter 167. Placing the bag on the bed, Yi Qian smiled as he contacted Xia Jinyuan. As he unzipped the bag, a bag of white crystals appeared before his eyes. It weighs about 40 kilograms. If I'm not wrong, this is heroine. Xia Jinyuan leaped out of bed like a carp. His deep, handsome eyes were cold as he said in a deep voice, "Wait for me. I'll be right there." He didn't even give Yi Qian a chance to refuse before he cut off the call and rushed downstairs. He didn't even go through the front door. Yi Qian was stunned for half a second when he heard a light knocking sound coming from outside the window. Then he rushed over and pulled open the curtains. He saw the dangerous man who said he was coming over a minute ago, standing dangerously outside the window. There was no cover except for a few potted plants. Yi Qian's mouth twitched slightly as he hurriedly opened the window. "I don't want to go through the front door. I want to go." He stopped halfway through. If they couldn't go through the front door, it meant that they had to avoid being noticed. Did that mean there were accomplices of the suspect in the hotel? When he entered, Yi Qian's expression instantly turned cold. Instinctively, she reached out and wrapped her slender arms around Xia Jinyuan's shoulders. Be careful. We're on the 8th floor. If you fall, you'll be crippled even if you don't die. The little girl's slender arms gave him a sense of security. Even though he didn't need her protection, Xia Jinyuan knew very well that the moment she wrapped her arms around his shoulders, his heart was filled with warmth. He hadn't misjudged little fox. She was only a student, but she already had the awareness to protect her comrades at all times. He didn't reject her and even reached out to hold her slender but indomitable shoulders. Then he jumped down from the window. The two of them were like comrades who had known each other for many years. One was tall, and the other was short. Under the dim light, they looked so harmonious. Heroine. It weighs 42 kilograms. If it's converted to Vietnamese currency, you won't have to worry about food or clothing for several lifetimes. Yi Qian placed the black bag on the coffee table. 1 hour and 5 minutes ago, Red Scorpion personally came in and put it in my room. Xia Jinyuan furrowed his brows and looked at Yi Qian sternly. You discovered it an hour and 5 minutes ago, and you're only telling me now? The major was a little angry. What if something happened to the little fox? How was he going to answer to the two seniors who were still waiting for her in the depths of the mountains? Are you angry? Don't. Yi Qian, who felt his heart skip a beat after being glanced at by Yi Qian, calmly explained the situation. After he was done, he concluded. How could such a difficult person attack my student before the deal was done? You should know that the competition is tomorrow. If something happens to me, this competition will be cancelled. Once it's cancelled, won't he get nothing? So, of course, she wasn't afraid. Xia Jinyuan didn't know if he should be happy or angry. The overly intelligent little fox could be quite worrying at times. Just as she said, Red Scorpion had hidden the drugs in her room, so they couldn't kill anyone in her room. This proved that the most dangerous place was actually the safest place. But this little girl was too daring. Xia Jinyuan exhaled softly. When he opened his mouth again, there was a solemn look on his face that was reserved for his soldiers. Yi Qian, listen up. In a team battle, you must ensure that you can communicate with each other at every step. When you can contact your comrades, you must report your whereabouts and discoveries to them. Chapter 168. He was training Yi Qian as his own soldier, teaching her how a qualified soldier should cooperate with an entire group on the battlefield. Major Xia's eyes were cold. Even though he knew that such a fierce person could very well cause Yi Qian's disgust, he still had to discipline her. His deep voice was as cold as ice as he slowly said sternly, when you lose contact, no matter what, you have to leave a mark for your comrades to know. You can't act on your own and make your own decisions. Hearing this, Yi Qian's smile immediately disappeared, and he seriously accepted the criticism and education. Yes, she took it for granted, but she didn't think that her actions would cause others to worry. After Xia Jinyuan scolded her in a deep voice, he saw her guilty expression, like a little rabbit, and he secretly felt a headache coming on. Sometimes, he found himself unable to be ruthless towards this girl. Even if he couldn't be ruthless, he had to be ruthless. Being lenient today was equivalent to harming her. Yi Qian waited for him to finish scolding her, then immediately said obediently, I won't do it again, I definitely won't do it again. Just now, I was afraid that Red Scorpion would be watching outside or sneak into the room again, so I waited an hour before contacting you. In short, she had to have the resolve to immediately admit her mistakes. When Xia Jinyuan saw this, such a high level of awareness. The seriousness on his face disappeared, replaced by a low chuckle. You're quite aware of your mistakes, but your judgment is very normal. However, the prerequisite is that you need to immediately contact your comrades if the situation permits. This is also a form of self-protection. Understood. There won't be a next time. Yi Qian also laughed. It was undeniable that working with a man like Xia Jinyuan was a very pleasant thing. After being serious, there was an appropriate amount of humor. While feeling his deterrence, at the same time, one could also understand that he was truly doing it for their own good. A man with a pure heart, no matter how dangerous it was, there would still be people willing to approach him. The black bag was no longer touched, but the goods inside were no longer the original goods. After changing the bag, Yi Qian put the bag back in its original position. Now that the goods that all parties wanted were in the hands of the Chinese side, all that was left was for certain parties to beg the Chinese side to come forward. The next day, they got up at 6:00 and gathered. After an hour of mealtime, buses stopped outside the hotel and picked up the contestants from the 24 countries. The Australian TV station arrived early and reported that students from 24 countries had entered the University of Sydney. The hotel was right next to the University of Sydney, and it was only a 10-minute drive away. There were police cars leading the way in front and police cars protecting the back. 24 buses slowly drove into the university in the QS World University Rankings. Yang Ye's eyes were fixed on the outside of the carriage, and he was so excited that his right hand grabbed tightly onto Yi Qian's left hand. You know, right? This is my goal. You really didn't disappoint me. You're too beautiful. After speaking excitedly, he turned his head and asked Yi Qian, "What about you, Yi Qian? Which university is your goal?" Gao Yang, who was sitting in front of the two, happened to hear this. His eyes had been closed, but his expression was cold. He gently opened them and turned his head, his gaze landing on the famous university campus. Studying abroad. This was also part of his plan, but could it be part of Yi Qian's plan? My goal? Yes, but it's definitely not studying abroad. Yi Qian replied with a smile. There was a tenacity between his beautiful brows that no one his age had. He said indifferently, "I'm still working hard. I hope I can achieve my goal in 4 years." Chapter 169. Yang Yi tilted his head, thought for a moment, and said, "Your results are very good. Even if you don't study abroad, you can choose between Hua University and Shi University." I can't. My family has already made arrangements. It's either America or Australia. No matter where it is, let's work hard together. Yi Qian, who didn't want to discuss which university they would go to in the future, pointed outside and said with a faint smile, "It's so beautiful there." Where is it? When the topic changed to Sydney University, which Yang Yi was concerned about, she didn't continue to ask. She looked in the direction Yi Qian pointed, and her eyes lit up. It's the Central Tower, the iconic building of Sydney University. Founded in 1850, Sydney University was recognized as one of the most beautiful campuses. This was a university that firmly controlled Australia's political and economic lifeline. Countless politicians and rich people came from this university. The bus stopped at Sydney's most iconic Central Tower. The magnificent building, which was like a European palace, was solemn and elegant. The towering spire and the beautiful sculptures told all the students about the long history of this famous university. From 8 a.m. to 1 p.m., students were free to visit after the exam. But now, one after another, they got off the bus and went to the main teaching building. There weren't many students who stopped to look at the scenery. The teaching field was a hall that could accommodate hundreds of people. There was a total of 288 long desks that were about 90 meters long. The distance between the desks was very large, and all the students were only allowed to sit in the middle of the desks. This was to prevent cheating and make it easier for all parties to monitor. After everyone was seated, Yi Qian felt that there were countless people watching all the students from all directions. After a famous politician who graduated from Sydney University and had participated in 2 mathematical Olympiads gave a few simple but powerful words of encouragement to the students, the clock tower rang, and the theory test from 8 a.m. to 1 a.m. began. After the test papers were handed out, there was no sound at all. All the students were completely immersed in the complicated mathematical Olympiads. There were a total of 5 questions in this exam. The questions included algebra, geometry, and number theory. The difficulty of the 6 questions increased in order, and the questions were divided into many small questions. The students had a lot of work to do and spent a lot of time answering the questions. All the teachers were outside the exam hall, and they could see the situation of each student through the huge screen. The international police focused their cameras on each student. They needed to find out which students were controlled by international drug gangs. Xia Jinyuan was also in the office. The difference was that his eyes were directly locked on the 3 Vietnamese boys that Yi Qian provided. When the exam went into the 3rd hour, a Vietnamese boy stood up and sealed the test papers into a folder, and walked through the group of students. Here, zoom. Xia Jinyuan pointed out that when the Vietnamese man passed by a table, his hand seemed to move inadvertently. If one didn't pay close attention, it would be difficult to notice his subtle movement. The 2 international police took a look and looked at Jinyuan thoughtfully. They took out their walkie-talkies and contacted their colleagues who were disguised as school security personnel to pay close attention to the whereabouts of the Vietnamese students. Outside the bishop's office, Red Scorpion looked at the students who walked out. He vigilantly scanned the surroundings, then walked over and asked in a low voice, "Handed it in?" Even if someone could understand him, they would think that he was asking if the students had handed in their test papers. Chapter 170. The boy did not look too good and his lips were a little pale. He nodded and stammered, "Yes, teacher. Do you not need me to do anything else after this?" "The test paper. I didn't finish it." "Test paper? Do you still want to continue?" "Child, your sister is still in their hands, your father is still in prison, and your mother is still waiting for you to return. Are you sure you still want to do the test paper?" Red Scorpion smiled coldly and patted the student on the shoulder. "Smart children know what to do. Go, take a look at this university." He stuck his head out and aimed at the teacher and student who were talking in the corner of the wall. Their soft voices came one after another. Xia Jinyuan wrote on a piece of paper, "Sister kidnapped, father in prison, mother waiting." He picked it up and looked at it quietly, then translated it into English and handed it to the international police. "Important clue." "Okay." The European police officer took the paper and threw it down. He looked at it with an arrogant expression and chuckled. "I don't think we need these so-called important clues. Okay, buddy, you can go to the side and rest. Leave this to us." His chuckle was full of mockery, as if he was holding words written by a child and not a clue. Xia Jinyuan heard this and chuckled with indifferent elegance and confidence. "Okay, I hope your work will go smoothly." He turned around and said to his comrade who was dressed in casual clothes and had a strong temperament, "With them here, we can go back and rest." Naturally, they had to rest well and conserve their energy. The European police officer who was still laughing said to his colleague, "God, I've never seen soldiers like them. They don't know how to do anything and are just like children. What a headache." "Okay, buddy, for God's sake, don't say so much. They're pitiful enough, we don't have to discourage them." The tall and sturdy man took over the conversation and glanced at the departing figures with his brown eyes. "God, they're so skinny." Xia Jinyuan, who had already walked to the door, casually looked back when he opened it. The coldness in his dark eyes seemed to be stained with blood. The bloodthirsty hostility made the man's heart sink. When the man looked at Xia Jinyuan again, he only saw the elegant and noble smile on Xia Jinyuan's handsome face. Everything felt like an illusion. 10 minutes after the Vietnamese student left, another student also left the arena. The students on the Chinese side were still immersed in solving the questions. Some of them were frowning, and some of them were smiling confidently when they solved the questions. Every time in the mathematical Olympiad, the Chinese side's ranking would always be at the top. Just like the previous contestants, the students' answers to the questions were very detailed and logical. Faced with the Australian TV station's interview, Director Lee replied with a calm smile, "Regardless of whether the results are good or bad, I have confidence in them. Every student loves mathematics, and every exam is an exploration. Therefore, good or bad results are no longer important. The most important thing is that they love mathematics. If they only take the exam for the sake of ranking, they will lose the true meaning of exploring mathematics." Friendship first, competition second. It's all just talk. The Chinese students were all doing their best. Who would want to fall behind? No one wanted to. However, it was undeniable that they all loved mathematics. When he was thinking hard, he finally understood why Pythagoras was so happy when he said that everything is number. Chapter 171. 5 hours passed in the blink of an eye. When Yi Qian finished, there was still plenty of time. Even though her mind was not on the competition, she still maintained her principle of being serious. She finished all 5 questions and checked them carefully. Only after confirming that there were no problems did she stop writing. She stopped writing and did not leave. Among the Chinese students, she was like a stabilizing force. She waited for the time to stop at 1:00 sharp before standing up. She was the first Chinese student to come out. Director Li and the other teachers who had been waiting early gave her a warm hug. "Good girl, you are our pride." This was the teacher's encouragement to the student. "I will. I definitely will." Yi Qian smiled. She was back. How could she let all the good things slip through her fingers? In her limited life, she could create countless miracles. This was the kind of life she needed. Director Li, who was laughing heartily, looked approvingly at the girl who had come from the depths of the mountains and brought many surprises to the teachers and students. "I believe in you, Yi Qian. You will become the pride of the whole country." Was the ranking not important? It was actually important. It was not because they were materialistic, but because this was the time to prove that they were not inferior to others. When the ranking was no longer important, it meant that they were already standing at the peak that no one could reach. Students hugged their teachers, and students hugged each other. In a foreign country, the only thing that could make one feel a sense of belonging was a fellow countryman of the same nationality. When the Vietnamese students came out, their expressions were not very good. When the boy who had a conflict with the Chinese students passed by Yi Qian, he stopped and looked at her with an unfriendly gaze. He said stiffly in heavily accented English, "Don't be happy too early." This time, he really did not dare to use the word invader. The current Yi Qian was no longer the Yi Qian who had to swallow her anger. When it was time to stick out her chest, her words and expression would not yield an inch. Hearing this, her gaze became sharp. She looked at the boy coldly without backing down. She smiled and said, "What's the difference between being happy early and happy late? We are always this happy. There are still 2 more days. Just wait and see." When the boy saw the students coming out one after another and his teacher waiting in front, he said some harsh words before leaving. Yi Qian did not remain silent just because he had left. He continued walking. She continued to speak slowly, "Just wait and see. Don't fall while walking." The Chinese students, who had been listening the entire time, chuckled and gave Yi Qian a thumbs up. Modesty and courtesy are virtues, but remember, if someone bullies you and you happen to have enough strength to fight back, then you absolutely don't have to show mercy. Gao Yang smiled as he looked at Yi Qian, whose eyebrows were in high spirits and whose smile was as bright as the sun. A hint of a smile appeared on his usually cold face. She was really the same as when she was in school. Whoever bullied her, she would definitely fight back. His impression of Yi Qian, who was always submissive to everyone, was becoming more and more blurry. Sometimes, he even thought that maybe it was just an illusion. The real Yi Qian was like this. Bright and beautiful like the sun, reserved and confident, inadvertently attracting the attention of countless people. He did not hug Yi Qian without any scruples like the other students. Instead, he said to Dean Li, "My father will be here in about 10 minutes. It is very likely that I will have lunch with him in the afternoon." Chapter 172. Father? Director Li was taken aback by this distant form of address. Before he could say anything, a black sedan slowly drove over. Under the sunlight, the body of the car was so smooth and domineering that even those who didn't know much about cars would know that this car was extremely expensive. Gao Yang, who had a slight smile on his face, saw this, and the coldness in his eyes deepened. When the car stopped, he said to Director Li, he's already here. It's rare for him to be punctual. He didn't hide his sarcastic tone at all. From what he could remember, this was the first time he had arrived 10 minutes earlier than the agreed time. The appearance of Gao Yang's father really shocked all the Chinese students. Tall, handsome, and with a powerful aura, he was like an overlord. His every move showed that he was a very successful businessman, and he exuded a strength that didn't allow anyone to refuse. When he exchanged greetings with Director Li, even if he was smiling, he still couldn't make people feel close to him. Yi Qian looked at him, and then looked at Gao Yang. The father and son really were carved from the same mold. They had the same facial features and the same temperament. It was rare for a father and son to resemble each other so much. It's not convenient to eat out. Mr. Gao, go ahead. Just have Gao Yang return to the team before 6 in the evening. Director Li smiled as he rejected the invitation of this famous businessman who often appeared in the domestic financial news. He lightly patted Gao Yang and looked at the boy whose expression had become colder ever since his father appeared. He said gently, "Remember, return to the hotel at 6. You still have an exam tomorrow." From Gao Yang's increasingly cold expression, it could be seen that he didn't want to interact too much with his father. However, this was a student's family matter, so Director Li naturally wouldn't say much. He only reminded him implicitly. Gao Yang's father didn't insist. He took out an antique phone in Yi Qian's eyes and dialed a number to inform his assistant to cancel tonight's meal order. Yi Qian's gaze passed over Gao Yang's father's shoulder and landed somewhere behind him. There, Red Scorpion seemed to be communicating with a tourist. The Vietnamese boy standing next to him seemed very nervous. Under the sunlight, his thin shoulders seemed to be trembling slightly. Tonight at 8:00, the first batch of transactions will be completed. He will be in charge. Red Scorpion noticed the student's strange behavior and raised his hand to directly place it on the boy's shoulder. He lowered his head and softly warned him in Vietnamese before saying, "Remember, I need USD." The tourist was wearing a baseball cap with the brim pulled low. Yi Qian only saw him make an "okay" gesture, and the conversation ended in 1 minute. This was an unfamiliar figure. Yi Qian searched his memory and was certain that there was no trace of this man in the past 2 days. He watched as the man crossed the fountain in the square and quickly disappeared from the campus. The black car slowly drove past them, cutting off Yi Qian's line of sight. It then took Gao Yang away from the campus. A limited edition Maybach. How much money does Gao Yang's family have? After the father and son who didn't communicate with each other the whole time left, a boy whispered in surprise, "There are only 10 of them in the world. Even if you have the money, you can't buy a peerless car." Because of Gao Yang's father's appearance, the students heading to the cafeteria at the University of Sydney had another topic to talk about. After eating at the University of Sydney, the teachers led the students on a tour of one of the most beautiful universities in the world. The wide lawn, tall steeple buildings, and unique and enchanting scenery made countless tourists stop in their tracks. Chapter 173. The most beautiful scenery is the exam season from late October to November every year. The campus is filled with rows of blue trees decorated with violet flowers. It's extremely beautiful. Yang Yi had never been to the University of Sydney before, but he knew very well that she really liked this school. From their conversation, Yi Qian found out that more than half of the students here were already prepared to study abroad. They would go abroad directly after graduating from high school. Every time this topic was brought up, Yi Qian would smile and remain silent, because she knew very well that the school she wanted to study at would definitely not be overseas. Even if she could, she wouldn't choose to study abroad. Compared to Yang Yi and the others who were in high spirits, Yi Qian used the excuse of being tired as an excuse to return to the hotel with the other boys after seeing Red Scorpion bring 3 boys into a silver car that drove into the campus. The ones who returned with them were all students who had no intention of studying abroad. The 4 of them returned to the hotel together. After entering the elevator, they looked at each other and smiled. They understood the meaning in each other's eyes and agreed to meet at 5:30 before returning to their respective rooms. Yi Jian glanced at her hair, which was still in the lock before she left. Only then did she close the door gently. There was no smell of strangers in the room, which meant that Red Scorpion hadn't been here. She took out the communicator hidden under the mattress. Yi Qian remembered Xia Jinyuan's words, so she wore her headset even when she was asleep. Today's difficult exam had lasted for 5 hours, so she was indeed mentally exhausted. Just as Xia Jinyuan had said, within the limited time, do your best to preserve your energy. She had just put on her headset when Xia Jinyuan's low voice lazily came from the other end. You just got back? Do you want to go upstairs and eat a bowl of Chinese instant noodles? 3 in the afternoon. It's too late for lunch, too early for dinner. Yi Qian directly laid on the soft bed and replied lazily, I don't have the habit of eating last minute. Right now, I just want to have a good rest. I used too many brain cells in the morning, so I need to recover. Their rooms were only separated by 1 floor, which was why Xia Jinyuan was able to jump out of the window last night. Hearing this, the coldness in his eyes softened quite a bit. He asked, was it very difficult? Are you done? He had also participated in the Olympiad before. Sometimes, it would take him 2 or 3 pages to solve a geometry problem. Only those who had experienced it could understand how difficult and challenging it was. It's okay. I finished it an hour in advance. After checking it, there shouldn't be any problems. I'm a little tired. I want to rest. Yi Qian closed his eyes as he spoke. Listening to his voice, all the complicated and uneasy feelings seemed to have disappeared, leaving only a peace of mind. Yi Qian's breathing gradually lengthened, and the space between his brows gradually relaxed. He quietly fell asleep to the sound of his zither strings. Xia Jinyuan listened to her shallow breathing through the earpiece and his thin lips curved into a sexy smile. This girl must be really tired to have fallen asleep so quickly. Sleep well, don't think about anything. I'm here. He spoke softly, and the gentle smile on his elegant and noble face fell in the eyes of his comrade Su Yu. It was no different from the sun rising from the west. Xia Jinyuan was already looking sideways at his comrade, who had a strange expression on his face. He asked in confusion, what's wrong? You. Su Yu, who had a dignified expression, opened his mouth and stopped. He reorganized his words before continuing, I know who you were talking to just now. If I didn't know, I would have thought you were talking to your girlfriend. Chapter 174. They were not comrades in the same army. Su Yu was a member of the Yunnan Border Police Force and had worked with Xia Jinyuan twice. They only found out about this mission after meeting each other. Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows and leaned on the soft pillow casually. He smiled and said, what an interesting girl. If she were a little older, I might have such an idea. Su Yu was so scared that he rubbed his face and said, don't mess around, don't mess around. You can't mess around with military discipline. 14 years old, you're worse than a beast. Some words were not taboo during rest time. Xia Jinyuan laughed and said, Comrade Su Yu, I mean, if she were a little older, I might have such an idea. She was too young now. When she was a little older, she would be at least 18. Another important point was that the girl was not enlightened at all. Besides, he did not want her to be enlightened so early. It would be better if she did not become enlightened when she was in middle school, high school, and university. You scared me to death. You must have the awareness of being a monk now. Su Yu was relieved to see this. Soldiers like them who were directly on the line between life and death usually joked with each other about each other being monks. They must abide by the rules and discipline and never violate them. This meant that they were in such a dangerous frontline army. Who knew when they would not be able to come back? Dating was to avoid harming the girl. Xia Jinyuan sneered and said, you don't dare to talk about it. As for me, I won't talk about it now. We'll see when the time comes. If she felt that he was good at that time, it was not impossible for her to give it a try. It's good that you understand. Before the age of 35, be pure and simple. Su Yu was 7 years older than him. Soldiers like them who fought on the front line would either be transferred or discharged before the age of 35. They did not dare to harass the girl before they felt at ease. This was not a very easy topic. Xia Jinyuan sorted out the clues and the two quickly entered into a discussion about the operation. After dinner in the evening, Director Li returned to the hotel several times with a frown and a trace of worry. Gao Yang, who said he would be back before 6, did not return to the hotel on time. This made Director Li a little worried. He wanted to contact Gao Yang's father, but in the end, he did not even have his contact information. Yi Qian and Yang Yi, who had already eaten, were about to go back to their rooms when Director Li stopped them. Yi Qian, come here for a moment. Yang Yi, you go upstairs first. Behind them were all Chinese students. The worried Director Li added, go back to your rooms. If there's anything, contact Teacher Yu on the landline. If there's nothing else, stay in your rooms and do whatever you want. The closer it got to this point, the more he couldn't afford to let anything happen. He had to keep every student under his nose, of Gao Yang. He left 2 contact numbers for himself. One was unanswered, and the other was turned off. It's almost 7:00 and he's not back yet. What if something happened? Every time there was an exam, the teacher was most afraid of an accident. If something happened, the consequences would be unimaginable. Unfortunately, Yi Qian did not know the phone number of his family in China, but he did know the phone number of his family. Try this number. It should be the phone of his father's assistant. Yi Qian recalled the number that Gao Yang's father dialed when he called to cancel the order. He smiled and said, I can try. It should be correct. Chapter 175. Although the phone was an antique, the numeric keypad hadn't changed. Based on the movement of Father Gao's fingers when he made the call, it should be the number she mentioned. Upon hearing that there was also the contact information of Father Gao's assistant, the anxious Director Li didn't think too much about it. Go to the front desk. Come. Follow me to the front desk. Thank goodness you know. Otherwise, I'd be worried. At the front desk, the person on duty was still Bell. When he saw Yi Qian, he winked and smiled as he dialed the number for Director Li. The person who answered the phone was indeed Father Gao's assistant. It only took a few minutes for him to get in touch with Father Gao. Your classmate. Do you want to say something? The car stopped at the side of the road. Father Gao looked at his only son coldly. When he saw that his son didn't even look at him, his angry face couldn't help but soften. They're very worried about you. Say something to her. Gao Yang clenched his teeth and turned his head. He reached out to take the phone and said, hello. Then he heard Yi Qian's clear voice, where is she? Do you know that it's already half an hour past the time we agreed to return to the hotel? On the other side, Director Li quickly wrote a line of words. Yi Qian read it out loud. Sorry, she's already back. He didn't expect it to be Yi Qian. His cold voice immediately softened. Return to the hotel in 10 minutes. I'm hanging up. He hung up after he finished speaking. Yi Qian was even faster. He had already put the phone back on the phone. I said I'll be back in 10 minutes. Don't worry, go eat. The phone rang again. This time, it was picked up by the front desk. Excuse me. Bell smiled at Yi Qian with the phone in his hand. Before she left, he said politely, it's your friend. She probably has something urgent to talk to you about. It was a call from Yang Yi. It was an extremely urgent call. Yi Qian had to make a trip to the supermarket immediately. Director Li didn't know where the supermarket was. After Bell brought Yi Qian to the supermarket, Yi Qian politely declined Bell's company as she needed to buy female products. She indicated that she already knew where to go and went to the supermarket alone to buy underwear and sanitary pads for Yang Yi. It was already past 7:00 in the evening, and the streets of Sydney were the same as in China. The lights had just been lit up, decorating the entire city, and the endless traffic added color to the city like a symphony. The towering trees on both sides of the street made the bright street lights only shine dimly on the sidewalk, faintly outlining the sparse silhouettes of pedestrians. Yi Qian held on to the bag that didn't take up much of his weight. When he was about a kilometer away from the hotel, he saw Gao Yang's figure in front of him. His footsteps were somewhat sluggish, and he walked with a heavy heart. Yi Qian paused and pursed his lips. In the end, he still chased after her. I'm sorry. When they were only a few meters away, Gao Yang, who wasn't even paying attention to walking, suddenly bumped into a boy who was running with something in his arms. With a hua sound, the things in the boy's arms fell to the ground and were flung to the side of their feet. Both of them were startled and reacted extremely quickly, bending their backs. Yi Qian had already dodged to the side. The boy who was bumped into wasn't anyone else, but a Vietnamese boy. Tell your classmate to leave, Yi Qian. Xia Jinyuan's cold voice suddenly came from the headset. Yi Qian, who originally planned to wait for the Vietnamese boy to leave, had a cold expression on his face as he strode out from the darkness. Chapter 176. The Vietnamese boy didn't look good, and his whole body exuded a deathly aura of despair. Yi Qian took a few steps closer, and his heart suddenly sank. A gust of night wind blew, and even the hairs on his back stood on end. Danger, danger, danger. A voice came from the bottom of his heart, and it kept stopping Yi Qian from walking over. There was danger, and it was a life-threatening danger. Why are you still here? The teachers are waiting for you to go back. If there was really danger, it wasn't her style to turn around and leave at this time. When he took a few steps closer, he saw that the Vietnamese boy's eyes, which were filled with despair because of her and Gao Yang's appearance, suddenly burst with a bright light like fireworks. The Vietnamese boy was holding one side of the black bag, and Gao Yang was holding the other. When he heard Yi Qian's voice, Gao Yang, who didn't feel anything wrong, turned his head. Yi Qian, why are you here? Because Yi Qian's appearance was too sudden, Gao Yang didn't notice that the Vietnamese boy was acting strangely. However, Yi Qian clearly saw that the Vietnamese boy's hand that was holding the big bag suddenly moved. As Gao Yang turned around, the originally bulging bag was unzipped, and a few things fell out. The Vietnamese boy opened the black bag by himself. Yi Qian's pupils contracted like needles. He saw the Vietnamese boy's deathly despair like a pool of water that was about to expand. Even though he was a few meters away, he could feel it. Gao Yang had already come back to his senses and realized that he had opened someone's bag. He hurriedly said to Yi Qian, "Wait a minute," and bent down to pick up the things that fell out. Before his fingertips could touch her, two figures rushed out from the dark side of the walkway and covered Gao Yang's mouth. The series of events happened in an instant, and Yi Qian didn't think much of it. When he saw Gao Yang being dragged to the side of the road by a car that screeched as it braked, he immediately ran after them. Xia Jinyuan's angry voice came through the earpiece, "Retreat. Yi Qian. It's too late, Captain Xia." Yi Qian, who had rushed out, saw someone rushing towards him at the same time. He quickly said, "Vietnamese boy, open the bag yourself. Gao Yang has been taken away. I have to chase after them." In the dark, Xia Jinyuan's handsome face was cold. "I will come and find you, Yi Qian." His low voice was as cold as a sword, but it also carried a mountainous promise. He knew that Yi Qian had made the right choice, because someone had to know where Gao Yang was. Yi Jian, on the other hand, was China's only choice. "I have never doubted," Yi Qian said softly. As she retreated in fear, she quickly pulled out the earpiece hidden in her long hair and stuffed it into the bag of sanitary pads and underwear. "I have never doubted your loyalty, and I have never doubted your promise, because you are an indomitable military man. You are the spear of the nation and the shield of the people. What are you doing?" "Save, She pretended to be frightened as she looked at the people approaching her. When her mouth was covered, she could only make muffled sounds from her throat. Then, she was taken into the car on this dark road where there weren't many people. Her voice came faintly from the earpiece, followed by a series of rustling sounds. Then, the earpiece returned to silence. Xia Jinyuan calmly said to Su Yu, "The plan remains the same. Hand the kidnapped student over to Yi Qian." Su Yu's palms were sweaty. "I trust you, so I also trust Yi Qian." Chapter 177. At a time like this, Su Yu knew very well that he had to treat Yi Qian as a comrade who would fight side by side with him. As long as he believed, there would be hope. Unlike when the international police found out that 2 students participating in the mathematical Olympiad had been kidnapped, there was only one word written on their faces: "We're done for." In their eyes, the kidnapping of 2 Chinese students was equivalent to the loss of 2 lives. There was no way to hide something like this from Director Li, so, now, Director Li and the other teachers were sitting in the room, their faces ashen. "So now, all we can do is wait?" he asked the international police. "Yes, sir, we can only wait." The international police, who was also the hotel attendant Bell, looked at Director Li with a solemn expression. His face and tone were full of helplessness. "We can't take action immediately because Jane and another boy have fallen into the hands of a very troublesome criminal group." Director Li felt his vision darken. He needed to contact the embassy, immediately. 2 students had been kidnapped and fallen into the hands of a very troublesome criminal group. Even the international police looked like they couldn't do anything. How could he trust them? He could only trust his own people. Director Li naturally had the embassy's phone number. The embassy had taken care of the 12 contestants representing their countries in the mathematical Olympiad. The Chinese military had already called the embassy 5 minutes after Yi Qian was taken into the car. Director Li called 10 minutes later and learned that the Chinese military had already taken action. Director Li, who was standing on the phone, heard the news and sat down weakly on the bed. That's great. At the critical moment, his own country was still the most reliable. In the car, Gao Yang calmed down after struggling for a while. When he saw Yi Qian, who was also taken into the car, he knew that it was useless for him to struggle now. The people who took the 2 students into the car were foreign men. They were tall and strong, with thick whiskers that made them look like the same person. They did not pay any attention to the students who were taken into the car. Once they got into the car, they chatted unscrupulously. They spoke Australian English with a strong local accent, which made it convenient for Gao Yang and Yi Jian to communicate secretly. Gao Yang, who was close to Yi Qian, pursed his lips and whispered in Chinese, "Don't be afraid, they want money. Don't make a fuss at any time. If you want to cry, wait until they leave. Let's see where they take us first." After he calmed down, he still didn't understand that his kidnapping had nothing to do with money. However, for someone who had been kidnapped before, the scene in front of him was very similar. It was reasonable for him to think that he had been kidnapped for money. His calmness made Yi Qian look at him in a new light. It was rare for a young boy to be able to calm down after struggling for a few seconds. When encountering such a situation, it would be strange if you weren't scared at all. "You should at least cry a little," Yi Qian said softly. Her voice was muffled and sounded like she was about to cry. For a moment, Gao Yang could not tell if she was afraid or not. There were 4 kidnappers and a driver in the car. In addition, there was a man in the front passenger seat who had been talking to someone since he got on the car. The 6 people's attention was not on the 2 students. After the car door closed, they started chatting among themselves. Chapter 178. Yi Qian recognized the voice of the foreign man in the front passenger seat. It was the man she had bumped into when she was pushing the dining cart out of the elevator. He was one of the suspects wanted by the international police. "Yes, it's a bit bad, but we're lucky it's just 2 students." "Yes, that's right, we'll proceed according to the original plan. I don't want to wait any longer. Let Red Scorpion worry about the rest, ha ha ha." The man on the phone didn't try to hide anything. He said whatever he wanted to say and spoke in English. He wasn't afraid that the 2 kidnapped students would understand. Yi Qian's eyes darkened. The other party didn't care at all, which meant he wasn't afraid that they would spill the beans. Because dead people don't talk. She wasn't afraid. In her past life, she was bullied by Yi Ying until her guts were as hard as stone. She only knew how to survive and didn't know fear. In this life, at this moment, she really wanted to thank Yi Ying for what she had done to her in her past life. That was why Yi Qian was who she was today. Fearless, fearless. A pair of slender but cold hands quietly grasped her hand. Yi Qian instinctively wanted to shake it off, but the owner of the hand tightened his grip. It was so tight that she could feel the sweat in his palm on the back of her hand. They didn't want money. Gao Yang's voice was trembling. Even though he was speaking in a muffled voice, Yi Qian could clearly feel the tremor in his voice. No matter how calm a 15-year-old boy was, he would still be afraid. Because, he also understood why the man on the phone was so unscrupulous. Yi Qian sighed in her heart. In the end, she didn't pull her hand away. She had a problem with him. When she first arrived at school, he blamed her for angering Yi Ying to the point of being hospitalized. After that, although there were some misunderstandings, he still apologized to her after understanding that it was Yi Ying's little trick. From these points, Gao Yang could be considered a boy who understood what was right and wrong. Congratulations, you guessed right. So we can only wait for the right time. Yi Qian sighed softly, but she still slowly withdrew her hand. She was not used to holding it like this. Let's see where they take us first. At least for now, we're not in any danger. The plan did not change, which meant that the deal would still go on. Before the deal was completed, smart people would not do anything that would complicate matters, such as immediately killing the 2 contestants who came to Australia to participate in the Mathematical Olympiad. The Mathematical Olympiad was something that the entire state of Australia was paying attention to. No matter how arrogant the criminals were, it was impossible for them to commit crimes so arrogantly. Money was their priority. On the other hand, the 2 lives that were already in their hands could be dealt with at any time. Gao Yang had already pursed his lips into a straight line. He vaguely guessed that this kidnapping had something to do with the Vietnamese boy just now. If that was the case, then in the end, he had implicated Yi Jian. He glanced at Yi Qian slightly. Her long hair covered her dimples and all the expressions on her face. He couldn't see her expression clearly, and he couldn't guess what she was thinking. The only thing he knew was that she was not afraid and did not need to rely on him. From the moment she pulled her hand out without hesitation, he knew that she did not need his comfort at all. This Yi Qian was so unfamiliar, but so outstanding. The night was still dark. Nothing had changed because of some people or some things. As Director Li waited anxiously, Gao Yang was pushed out of the car. Chapter 179. When it was Yi Jian's turn to get out of the car, the bag she had been holding in her hand was grabbed by a pair of hairy hands. Yi Jian, who did not let go, directly took out a pack of sanitary pads from the bag. Crying and shy, she stuttered in English and said in fear, "Do you, a man, need this? You. Do you need it?" When the other 3 kidnappers saw it clearly, they burst into laughter. The man who grabbed the bag also laughed. Then he pulled out a gun from behind his waist and pressed it against Yi Qian's forehead. He said with a faint smile, "Kid, don't make me angry." With the gun pointed at her head, Yi Qian, who was calmer than ever, did not scream. Instead, she widened her eyes and tried her best to look as if she was about to faint from fear. In fact, Yi Qian's gaze was focused on the gun. She did not see the model of the gun in the man's hand. It was a Beretta M8000 American Lion F mobile phone. It had 15 rounds of ammunition. It was 180 millimeters in length and had the function to disable the hammer. She thought that she would need a gun for tonight's escape. When the hairy foreign man saw how scared she was, he laughed wantonly and made a soft bang sound. When they saw how scared the girl was, they laughed even louder and wantonly. From their cold laughter, it was clear that they did not care about adding 2 more lives to their hands. "Okay, Gianni." The man who jumped out of the car from the front passenger seat glanced at Yi Qian with his brown eyes. His gaze fell on the feminine products. When he asked the kidnappers to let go, he gave Yi Qian a meaningful smile. "I think you won't need these things very soon." His voice was like a maggot's laughter. It made the kidnappers break out in cold sweat. Okay, buddy. Since they're cooperating, stop teasing them. I prefer to settle things quickly. That's the best way. The kidnappers laughed, but they did not notice that Yi Qian, who was being teased, had a ruthless look in her eyes. Standing in the dark alley without even a streetlight, Gao Yang's face was so pale that a thin layer of sweat appeared on her forehead. Creak, creak, creak. A rusty iron door slowly opened. The silent night seemed to have been torn apart, and deafening heavy metal music rushed into the room. The two of them were pushed into a colorful world. The dance floor was filled with people who were crazily rocking to the music. The dazzling lights kept flashing, and the waves of music seemed to overturn the entire KTV. No one noticed the group of people appearing in the bar. The suspect walking in front even greeted the waiters in the bar. He passed through the dance floor without any hindrance and walked into the bar. After turning a corner, he stood in front of the shiny elevator door. Yi Qian was like a quail. His shoulders. All right, let's invite our children to sit in the next room for a while. We'll play with them after midnight. When the elevator reached the 8th floor, the man in the lead laughed. He even patted Gao Yang's shoulder and left arrogantly. This was his place. He could do whatever he wanted. When the door was locked with a click, Yi Qian, who was holding the bag, sighed in relief. Chapter 180. She had taken the initiative to take out the sanitary pads. Wasn't this a gamble? She was betting on a man's reputation, and she was also betting on how vigilant they would be towards her. As it turned out, she had made the right bet. With his back against the cold wall, Yi Qian let out a long sigh of relief. The locator and communication device were on him, so all that was left was to send the location to Xia Jinyuan. The international police. She really couldn't trust them. On the other side, Gao Yang was already looking around to see if there was an escape window. With a whoosh, he pulled open a thick curtain and saw a brown sliding glass window. He could vaguely see the street lights outside through it. Delighted, he immediately reached out to push the window, but the sliding window didn't budge at all. It was obviously sealed shut. Yi Qian, come here. Not giving up, he turned around and said to Yi Qian, who was leaning against the wall, glass, we have to find a way to pry it open. Gao Yang wasn't panicking, nor was he panicking. He still knew how to look for an escape. His performance undoubtedly made Yi Qian feel a little more at ease. There were no cameras in the room, so he didn't feel like he was being watched. With his back facing Gao Yang, Yi Qian put on the headset that was too far away and had no signal source. He then took out the locator that was smaller than the palm of his hand and entered a string of signals. Soon, there was a DDD sound. The code that was sent out went through a series of processing and transcoding before finally appearing on the server of Belle's laptop. Xia, over here. Belle was able to become the police officer who contacted Yi Qian at the hotel because he had worked with the Chinese military before. This time, when no one else was willing to step forward, he volunteered to cooperate with the Chinese military. Xia Jinyuan and Su Yu were both in the room. When they heard the sound coming from the server, the two of them rushed to the computer at almost the same time. They clicked, zoomed in, located, confirmed. It only took them 2 minutes to confirm Yi Qian's location. It's the King's Cross district, a place where drugs, brothels, and gangs run rampant. Damn it, it's all their own people there. It'll be difficult to save Jane. After Belle saw the location clearly, he clenched his fists and slammed them on the table. He said in annoyance, you still need to capture Red Scorpion. Xia, leave Jane's matter to us. After confirming Yi Qian's specific location, Xia Jinyuan secretly, he sighed and said to Su Yu, we'll leave in 3 minutes. He then said to Belle, thank you, friend. However, we can handle this matter. Let's deal with Red Scorpion first. Belle was not a frontline police officer, so it was impossible for him to go with Xia Jinyuan. Hearing this, he said worriedly, you need to be careful. The Sydney police have mobilized a lot of police forces here, but they still haven't succeeded. After thinking for a while, he took out a pistol from under the pillow on his bed. "Take it, buddy. It'll definitely come in handy." Xia Jinyuan and Suyu had guns, but Yi Qian did not. Xia Jinyuan took the gun that was thrown to him and popped open the magazine to take a look. It was fully loaded with 15 bullets. After nimbly installing the gun, Xia Jinyuan raised his long eyebrows. There was a hint of elegance in his handsome yet cynical smile. "It would be even better if there was a fully loaded magazine. It would make me feel more secure to have a replacement." Bell shrugged noncommittally. He smiled and took out a magazine from under the bedside table and threw it to Xia Jinyuan. "Good luck, buddy." Chapter 181. At this time, groups of men and women of all kinds were flirting and frolicking on King's Cross Street. There were young men in short shirts and shorts, bare-chested women in sexy clothes, and office workers in suits and shiny leather shoes. They were also flirting with sexy women. Glasses of beer were not meant to be drunk, but to be drunk. Therefore, from time to time, one could see drunk Westerners singing and making a ruckus on the streets. Some of them even hugged a tree while twisting their waists and swaying their buttocks. It looked very ugly, but no one would laugh at them. This was a famous red light district. No matter what kind of behavior people did, they would be tolerated because it was not strange. The room was soundproof. No matter how noisy it was outside, the room was still quiet. After Yi Qian sent out the signal, she quietly waited for Xia Jinyuan's next instructions. He knew where she was and would definitely rush over. She trusted him so much. "Take a break. We'll talk later." After she was done, she saw that Gao Yang was still trying to figure out how to open the window. Yi Qian sat on the floor and said calmly, "Take a break first. What are you in such a hurry for?" After Gao Yang failed to open the window for the 4th time, he sat down. He did not sit close to her, but sat across from her. He frowned and stared at Yi Qian. "You don't seem to be afraid at all. Aren't you the same?" "You're not afraid." Yi Jian smiled faintly. She had always maintained absolute calmness and composure. You don't have to be afraid of things that have already happened and things that can be resolved. It's useless to be afraid of the unknown before it happens. He had thousands of questions to ask her, but they were all blocked by her one sentence. After a long silence, Gao Yang laughed self-deprecatingly. "You're right. I'm the one who doesn't understand." He seemed to have thought of something. A hint of sarcasm appeared on his cold face, and then he fell into silence. Yi Qian, who had her hand in the paper bag, did not respond. Her slender fingers moved slowly in the paper bag, and her fingertips gently slid across the gun. With a gun in hand, she felt very safe. If the window was locked, one shot could solve it, but not now. She needed to wait for Xia Jinyuan to contact her. She already had no idea where Red Scorpion and the Vietnamese boy were. However, one thing she was certain of was that, since the foreign criminal suspect who made the deal with Red Scorpion was here and had even said that he would take care of them after midnight. Red Scorpion and the Vietnamese boy probably made the deal in this area. The Chinese military had been keeping an eye on the Red Scorpions moving about outside, so the whereabouts of the drugs were definitely being monitored as well. Thus, what she needed to do was to wait quietly and then leave with Gao Yang. Outside, the Western man who had lost his pistol ran through the hotel and ran outside to look for the girl. After finding nothing, he cursed and returned to the bar. He had no idea when he lost his pistol, and he had no one to suspect. He could only blame himself for being too careless. Over here, private possession was legal. If someone really picked up a gun, it was not impossible for them to secretly possess it. Upstairs, the foreign criminal suspect had already made contact with Red Scorpion. Originally, he was supposed to make the deal at Red Scorpion's designated location, but he directly changed it to a bar. The reason was simple: his student was too disobedient. The Vietnamese student had already been beaten by Red Scorpion until he was curled up in the car. He did not even dare to cry out in pain. The other Vietnamese boy in the car hugged a black bag and trembled as he sat to the side. He was so scared that his entire body was shaking. Chapter 182. The driver was Red Scorpion himself. Changing the location of the transaction caused his originally gloomy eyes to reveal a frightening savagery. Without sparing the two students another glance, he stepped on the accelerator and headed straight for King's Cross Street. A pickup truck was even faster than him. With a rumble, it overtook him, then with a beautiful drift, it cut in front of him. It seemed like it was intentional, but also unintentional. It blocked Red Scorpion's fast-moving car. "Ji King, it's your turn." On the pickup truck, Xia Jinyuan had a faint smile in the corner of his eyes. It was as if he was leisurely playing a car race, and he informed Zhang Tu, who was moving with him, to overtake him. With a rumble, another pickup truck overtook Red Scorpion's car, then drifted directly in front of Xia Jinyuan. The expressionless Red Scorpion glanced at the pickup truck that kept overtaking and drifting in front of him. He stepped on the accelerator and turned into the outermost lane, turning into another road that led to King Cross Street. When Xia Jinyuan saw that he had successfully forced the other party onto a road that was not a shortcut, the faint smile between his brows gradually disappeared. His cold, dark eyes looked ahead with a sharpness as sharp as a sword, and he headed towards Yi Qian's location. The various men and women in the KTV were still dancing wildly and drinking in large mouthfuls. No one cared about the transaction in the dark, and even if they did, they wouldn't pay much attention to it. This was because this place itself was a drug-dealing place. At 9:40, Xia Jinyuan's low voice broke the silence in the earpiece. Yi Qian, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. Hearing his restrained voice, he said with a faint smile, "Are you scared? Or do you find it very exciting? Captain Xia knows me well." His voice seemed to come from ancient times, bringing with it the power to make people feel at ease. In an instant, it made her tense heartstrings relax. "Everything is fine. They're locked in a room on the 4th floor of a bar. I think they'll be safe until 12 o'clock. After 12, I'm not too sure." Gao Yang, who was also resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes when Yi Qian suddenly spoke. He thought Yi Qian was talking in his sleep. Before she could say another word, Gao Yang stood up abruptly and looked at Yi Qian in disbelief. "Captain Xia? Who? Who was she contacting? How was he going to contact the people outside?" Countless questions that he couldn't figure out kept popping up in his mind. Looking at the faint and leisurely smile at the corner of her eyes and the unhurried conversation, Gao Yang, who got up so abruptly that he felt a little dizzy, almost thought that he was hallucinating. They're all fine. They're students, after all. They were kidnapped halfway through their journey, so they're not that vigilant. You guys go first. I still have the ability to protect myself. It was only slightly more than an hour after she had located the location of the abduction, but he had already arrived. It could be seen that he did not waste even a minute. She knew that he would definitely come. She had never doubted it. When Xia Jinyuan heard her slightly immature but exceptionally calm voice, he knew that his little fox was safe and sound. His cold, handsome face revealed a faint and warm smile. "Okay, wait for my good news. We'll meet before 12. He was telling Yi Qian that he would not let her wait until the moment of danger. He would definitely meet up with her before the danger came. A man's promise didn't require a solemn vow. It was more reassuring when it came inadvertently. "If I could get out on my own, I wouldn't have troubled you to come." Yi Qian, whose smile had not faded, replied with curved eyes. Her bright crescent-shaped eyes were like those of a cunning fox, full of spirit. "This is a rare opportunity for actual combat. I want to participate in it myself."